position that's opened and that she is applying for this 3-year term. Is she with us?
Chair Horseman, I do not see her on our attendees side. Carol, if you're here, if you can raise your hand, in case you're under a different name. It looks like she is, or if you're on the phone, if you can hit *9. I do not see her, Chair Horseman, at this time.
All right. Well, as we know, so many of our volunteer citizens who step forward to act as committee members and commission members really serve all of Coconino County and all of our residents here of Coconino County, and that includes Carol Covington. And I know that Vice Chair Vasquez, who sits on the Mountain Line board, probably would like to say a few words and then maybe make the motion.
Sure. I'd just like to say thank you for Ms. Covington for joining this this board and volunteering to help us with our public transportation, which is a key part of the Metro Flagstaff area as we're developing and building out this bus line that we have. And so thank you for participating in this board.
Are you making a motion to appoint Carol Covington?
And I'm making a motion to appoint Carol Covington to the Mountain Lion Board.
Very good. We have a motion to appoint Carol Covington, Mountain Lion Advisory Committee Board for a 3-year term to expire on February 28th, 2026. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right. Well, and it's unanimous. And again, thank you, Carol, for serving. Moving along, item number 4. This is consideration of possible action to reappoint Bill Auberly and Whitney Cunningham to the Coconino County Industrial Development Authority, each to serve a 6-year term to end on November 15th, 2028. And this is a reappointment for both. Both of them have previously served Coconino County on this board. And once again, it's an example of citizens stepping forward to really do what they can to help all of our residents and help make a wonderful community here in Coconino County. I think Bill Auberly is on. Is that true, Clerk Daly?
That is correct. Mr. Auberly, I have tried to promote you. If you want to hit the yes to the promotion, that'll pull you over into the panelist side. There we go. If you can go ahead and unmute. There you go.
Hey, Bill, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for your confidence and kind words.
Absolutely. We always appreciate it when you step up. And I know you're a seasoned member of the Industrial Development Authority Board. And thank you and Whitney Cunningham for continuing to be willing to serve. And I'm going to get ahead of myself, but also we want to thank you to serving again for your reappointment to the Coconino Pollution Control Board of Directors, another important position for us here in Coconino County, Bill. So thank you very much for your activism and your support for Coconino County.
You're quite welcome, and we hope to be bringing more and more opportunities to the board for both those important financial assistance services.
Very good. Thanks, Bill. So members of the board, item number 4 is consideration of possible action to reappoint William Auberly and Whitney Cunningham, the Coconino County Industrial Development Authority, each for a 6-year term ending on November 15th, 2028. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. It is unanimous. Congratulations, Bill, and thank you again. Number 5, also. Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Number 5, consideration and possible action to reappoint William Auberly, again, to the Coconino Pollution Control Board of Directors for a 6-year term ending November 15th, 2028. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, it is unanimous. And members of the board, also, I understand that there are 2 vacant positions on the Coconino Pollution Control Board of Directors. And so that's something we need to look and see if we can seek other folks that will join Bill on that board and continue to serve Coconino County. So put that in as you're thinking of members and people that you know that may be willing to serve on this board. We have some vacancies. All right, moving along, and I know Tina is with us because we heard from her a few moments ago. And this is consideration of possible action to approve the funding agreement with Sunnyside Neighborhood Association of Flag, Inc., in which $2,500 is coming from District 1 Community Initiative Funds and $7,500 from District 2 Community Initiative Funds for a total of $10,000 to the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association for the renovations to the community kitchen and for the development of the Market of Dreams. And Vice Chair Vasquez, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Well, thank you. Really excited to be able to highlight and support this project. I was one of the original members of the Market of Dreams about 8 years ago and have been involved marginally in and out over the years, and now have the opportunity to help support this dream of a micro entrepreneurship in the Sunnyside neighborhood that would help develop a community kitchen that different businesses can use to get startup businesses. And so really excited, really appreciate all the work that all the volunteers have done, the work that Coral Evans has done to start the Market of Dreams and work forward. Tina Berger, who's here with us today, who has been involved in the renovations efforts, leading the charge and working with the volunteers. And so we're really excited to be here today and to be able to fund this project because it's really cool. So with that, I'll hand it over to Tina and let her talk a little bit about the Market of Dreams.
All right, Tina, welcome. Glad you could join us this afternoon.
She's muted.
Tina, can you unmute? You're here
That
with,
better?
there you go. We hear you fine.
Thank you. Well, thanks for having me today. Very excited to speak about the Market of Dreams. The original folks, of course, Geronimo and Coral, created a dream for the neighborhood that is sort of taken off and had us encouraged to take a larger space. It's going to be a phenomenal project that we hope will really bring the neighborhood together like never before and help all the families in need. We currently are asking for the funding for the kitchen incubator. It will be a massive project, and although we got some things donated, we still have to do all the engineering, the electrical, and that's for the whole place. It's uninhabited at this time. So in order to get that important component of the market up and moving, we need the additional funding.
And we're very pleased. I'm very pleased to join Vice Chair Vasquez in helping to fund that great project. I was lucky enough to get a tour by you, Tina, and also Coral on the Market of Dreams for the neighborhood off there on 4th Street. It's an incredible project. Besides that community kitchen, you know, the workshops that are going to be held there, retail spaces, the community spaces, places for networking for the community. It's really going to be a wonderful addition to the East Side, and I'm very excited. And hopefully we'll be online here this summer, Tina.
Yeah, I mean, we're really pushing it. We really want to try to get open by April if we can.
All right. Well, we're going to be very happy to celebrate the opening. So you got to keep us informed, Tina.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
All right. So Vice Chair Vasquez, any comments? Or would you like to make the motion?
I have a comment,
Yeah, I think
Sorry,
they wanted to
Supervisor Begay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I have a comment.
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Okay. I just want to say that I'm very sorry that, you know, I know this was brought to my attention, and Tina, you're doing a good job with the Market of Dreams, and it's good that, you know, it's for the community, and anything that's for the community, and it's been going, and if you need help, you know, I think, you know, we're part of that group. So I just want to say, in the next board meeting, I would like to have a donations approved for you for $2,500, so that can help the efforts that, you know, to do the renovations and things like that. So I greatly appreciate all the work that you guys do and being out there for the community members. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Vice Chair.
Yes, please. Thank you. Before I make the motion, I just wanted to ask Tina, is there any material needs that are still, like a materials list of things that are needed for the project, or volunteer work days that will be coming up that we can announce right now to the community?
We're waiting for the city to do a courtesy walkthrough. That's when we'll do it all hands on deck announcement, where we'll need people almost every day until we open. As far as the material needs, we do have an outstanding materials need. We've gotten a lot donated lately, but we're trying to finish by getting some paint, some of the last minute items.
Okay, well, if you could please send me a list of what those items are, I'll put it in my newsletter so we can announce it to the community.
I'd really appreciate that, Geronimo, as always.
Thank you. All right, well, with that, I motion that we approve $10,000 for community initiative funds for the Market of Dreams Community Kitchen Project, $7,500 from District 2 and $2,500 from District 1. So I'm so moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
So move.
Second by Supervisor Begay, who's also going to take a look at possibly putting this forward on our next agenda to add to it. So we have a motion and a second for the CI funds for Market of Dreams. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
All right, Tina, thank you
you.
for joining us this afternoon, and good luck there with continuing to get that project done.
All right, you all have a good day, and thank you again.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, members of the board, we have done our consent agenda, so we're now moving along as for the flood control district consent agenda, and to do that, we need to.
Supervisor, sorry, excuse me, Madam Chair. I believe
Yes.
we still have to do item number 9.
Oh,
The
wow!
emergency
I'm
declaration.
just moving us along. So thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate that. We do have to do number 9. And number 9 is consideration of possible action to approve resolution 2023-08, declaring a local emergency covering the winter storm response from Tuesday, February 21st, 2023 through Monday, February 27th, 2023, which has actually been amended through March 8th of 2023, and ratify any emergency actions taken by county management and staff during the local emergency. So we have had the revised emergency resolution that has been provided to us, declaring a local emergency by proclamation and changing the date on this from the current date of February 27th through March 8th. Is there anything else, County Manager?
Yes, Madam Chair, it is actually March 3rd is the end date. So again, just for the record, if I can just make a couple of comments. Also joining us today is Tim Carter, Assistant Emergency Management Director. But as we all know, we've been experiencing some very incredible snowfall for the last couple of weeks, and we are anticipating another storm in the next few hours. And so with that, we've extended the emergency to go through March 3rd. But again, a few comments relative to where we're at today. Special recognition and appreciation goes to the staff of Public Works, the Sheriff's Office, Facilities Management, Emergency Management, and Communications for all their efforts in keeping the public apprised of not only the storms and the impact, but also being out there. And so to our folks that have been keeping roads open and passable, to our deputies who have been patrolling the roads, to facilities who have been clearing parking lots and sidewalks and trying to keep everything open, and also to communications for pushing out messages to the public, letting them know that we are in the process of clearing everything up. It all goes without saying that these departments have done an incredible job. Also, the partnerships with other agencies. Every morning that we're going to have inclement weather, we're up at 5:15 in the morning to be on a call that involves the city, the county, NAU, the community college, the school district, Mountain Line. We have the city and county public works. We have the sheriff's office, the police department. We have the National Weather Service. And so we have a lot of folks that are on a call at 5:15 to look at the weather that is just occurring and weather that's occurring in the future. And then we make a determination on what that is going to do with regard to county operations. From that, we send out messages to the elected leadership as well as the appointed department heads to letting them know what we're going to be doing. And then we utilize our RAVE system to notify all of our employees. So there's a lot of moving parts that go into this. And with that, last couple of weeks, though, as I said, we've had to make several accommodations to the work schedules. In some instances, we've delayed the opening with designated staff, meaning we have assigned staff that are going to physically open up the office at 8 o'clock. We've had staff, of course, that if we do an early closure, designated staff to remain on site to keep the office open. One day last week, we had the weather was so bad, we ended up, basically closing physical services for the day. And all of these things that take place do have an impact on servicing the public in some ways. But more than anything, it kicks in a lot of different policies that deal with designated staff as well as accommodations, et cetera. And so the purpose of the declaration that we're delivering to you today is to memorialize the significance of the impact of the weather and to basically provide the opportunity for county through policy and statute to make accommodations in order to deliver services. One of the bullets in the resolution did in fact cover the closure that we experienced last week. Counties, of course, have a statutory role that's set in statute with regard to our operating days and hours. And so there is statute that we have to work with. But again, all of this rolls up into a declaration of an emergency. I'd like to ask Tim Carter, Assistant Director EM, to address the fact that as a local emergency, it is not necessarily an emergency that we're declaring and seeking assistance from the state on. So if I could ask Tim to just speak briefly with regard to that. Tim?
Yes, thank you, County Manager, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you. The County Manager is correct. A local disaster here is really just kind of allowing us that formal acknowledgement that we have had to seriously limit the amount of services or amount of staffing in our public offices that we have. It doesn't necessarily trigger funding, but it does kind of help us address some of those constitutional requirements to keep a lot of those elected offices open and things like that. For this time period, one of the things that we have noticed, the National Weather Service just put out some of their snow totals that like 118 inches here in Flagstaff. And it seems like we've gotten all of that pretty much over the last few days, it seems like. So that does not include what will be coming. So we definitely do support the extension of this through the end of the week.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, back to you. So the resolution is that you're before you for action at this time, Madam Chair.
Do you want it read into the record? Is it fine as presented?
Fine as presented with the date change to March 3rd as the end date.
Very good. Yes, and I can't read my own writing. I do see it's March 3rd, and we sure hope we don't have to extend it to March 8th. I think we all feel we've had enough snow here for a while. So members of the board, you've heard the emergency proclamation and the reason to approve this emergency proclamation covering our winter storm and our winter storm response from February 21st through March 3rd. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of passing the resolution declaring an emergency, please signify by saying aye.
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 And it is unanimous. And again, yes, I want to extend our great thank you to Public Works, the Sheriff's Office, and all those at the county that have really, really worked hard during this time, setting up a warming shelter and a shelter when the strong winds created power outages throughout Coconino County. So again, thanks for all who have really stepped up during this time. Really appreciate everybody's efforts. So now I think we are done with the consent agenda. Am I right, Vice Chair?
I believe so.
All right, thank you. So let's move forward. Our next item of business is going to be as the flood control district. So do I have a motion to resolve as the flood control district?
So moved.
Second,
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify
Aye.
by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So we're now the flood control district. We have two items under that consent agenda. Members of the public, as I indicated, these are items that are more administrative in nature. They can be decided through one motion and through one vote. Does any member of the board want to remove an item from the consent agenda? If not, do I have a motion to accept the flood control district consent agenda?
so move.
Supervisor Begay makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez to accept the flood control district consent agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Flood control district consent agenda has passed. Now we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Begay, second.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving as a Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors, but not for long. We now need to resolve as the Public Health Services District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Second,
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
aye.
Aye.
We are now the Public Health Services District Board of Directors. Once again, members of the public and members of the board, we have, in this case, 4 consent items, 22 to 25. As I said, these are more administrative in nature. They can be decided through one motion in one vote. Members of the public, members of the board, would you like to withdraw any item from the consent agenda? Seeing none, can I have a motion to accept the Public Health Services District consent agenda?
So move.
I have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of approving the Public Health Services District consent agenda, items 22 through 25, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous.
Aye.
Oh, there we go. Now it's unanimous. Supervisor Fowler, thank you. And it passes. We now need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion for us to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors?
So move.
We have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving back as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, now we need to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second? Second by
Second.
Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're now the Jail District Board of Directors. It passes unanimously. We have one consent item, number 26. I am going to ask to remove item 26 from the consent agenda for an action and discussion. This is consideration of possible action to approve Amendment 3 to the independent contract with U.S. Corrections LLC, which increases the maximum contract amount to provide extradition services for an estimated annual amount not to exceed $285,000 in fiscal year 23, and approve an associated budget adjustment in the amount of $100,000. As I understand, this is an amendment to come back to the board, asking for additional monies because the budget for extradition services has been exceeded, and we need to replenish that for the extradition services. Is that correct, County Manager?
That is correct, Madam Chair, and Sheriff Driscoll is here also
All right.
to present the item.
And Sheriff Driscoll, I'm concerned on the extradition services, why we aren't even, why we have exceeded our budget so quickly. And where we are on extradition services, what is this really for? And is there other options that we could utilize to fulfill the statutory and constitutional requirements for initial appearances, and utilize possibly Zoom like we're doing now, or other mechanisms so that we do not have to go through these kinds of travel expenses and costs?
Well, Madam Chair, good afternoon. Thank you again, members of the board. Yes, we're concerned that our extradition costs have virtually doubled. And certainly our COVID time that we spent dealing with COVID impacted us significantly. Prior to COVID, we were able to drive many of our extraditions from surrounding states and much cheaper. But since COVID started, the company that we use for extraditions is only flying people, and that has certainly increased the cost significantly for all of our extraditions. But we also look at some of the what we call the downsides of this. It's not just the cost, but we look at the idea of uprooting people and bringing them back to our facility from other states around the United States that may need mental health services, that may need additional services as well, and uprooting them those kinds of areas and impacting them greatly. What we would hope is that we're able to have the board approve this additional $100,000. But we would also, I've had the opportunity to talk with members of the criminal justice group here that we have within the county, and urge them to have more dialogue with our jail staff so that we can look, I think, more clearly at some of these people who are being extradited, and is that in the best interests of our county as well as the victims or other partners within the criminal justice system. If you've heard me talk a lot of times in the past, mental health affects so many of our people in the jail, and bringing them back to this environment where we're not treating them when they need it. And many times they're brought back and released immediately. I don't know that that's always the best thing to do on behalf of some of those people who've been incarcerated for a while. And I certainly appreciate the fact that there are victims out there that have a right to have justice served. But I think many times the problem can be exacerbated when they are brought back here and released right back into the community after they're brought back. So if you have any questions or any other members of the board, I will certainly try to answer them.
I would just make a comment if I can, Sheriff. I certainly understand the need to extradite some people back here to our county. I mean, there's absolutely times where that needs to happen. And especially if they're appearing before a hearing where there'll be testimony or exhibits, I think that and justice would require for them to be back here and appear in person. But are there those cases where is not testimony or exhibits being introduced, where they are being considered just to be released? Is it possible to do those through telecommunications, through Zoom, through the internet?
Madam Chair, thank you. I think it's possible on some of those cases, yes. Especially the ones that are brought back here and released immediately back into the community. I think they could be released remotely just as well. But there's a lot of complicating factors to many things. And my one hope is that we're able to work more closely with those partner agencies that require or order the extraditions to have those discussions before the order or the warrant is sent out, to see if there are alternative ways of still ensuring that justice is being served, but not to necessarily bring them back immediately just to be released. So video certainly is a possibility in some of those cases.
And, I sit on the CJCC board for Coconino County, and I know with a number of partners throughout the criminal justice system. And I would hope, and the reason I had this removed, I certainly am in support of providing the additional sum as requested. But I am hopeful that we can use this as a means to go back to CJCC and basically see other options that we might have for releasing without extraditing all the way back to Coconino County. So that was why I wanted to bring this up for discussion. And I hope we can bring it back to the CJCC and for further input and for suggestions on how we can do this moving forward.
Yeah, I agree, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And members of the board, any comments, questions on this?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I just want to say thank you for all the services, Sheriff, that you and your staff provide, on behalf of the jail issues that come about. And I think, that everything is increasing at this point in time in cost and everything else. So I just think that it's important, that we come up with alternatives to try to work things, where it wouldn't really cost us that much money. So I'm just thinking here, sitting, a lot of it's not only your department that comes through, but other departments that come through with these amounts. And I'm thinking that maybe we should ask as a board, and a budget for the amounts that's being requested. So therefore, we're not asking a whole lot of questions, in the long run. So I would like to see that by Steve to, like the increase here, how much of that money is going to be used for travel, lodging, per diems, and mileage for a round trip and all this and that. So, and then how much is going to be paid to two of the people that are there, how much of that's going to be paid, using this 100,000. So I'm just kind of sitting here thinking, it's something that we have to do as a county, but we just need to make sure that, the justification of the funds being requested for is there on behalf from the department. So that's what I like to say. And thank you again, Sheriff, for all the things that you do.
Madam
Thank
Chair.
you, Supervisor.
Yes, County Manager.
So the amount is to adjust the amount for the contract. And so what we will do through the sheriff's office is get the scope of the contract, because that outlines the expenses that are covered in terms of the services that are delivered to the jail district. So we'll pull that and add to that as we need to, just to provide the board a fuller perspective of what goes into those costs. Thank you.
Thanks, County Manager. So at this point, do I have a motion to approve the Amendment 3 to the independent contract with U.S. Corrections, which will increase the maximum contract amount to provide extradition services for an estimated annual amount not to exceed $285,000 in FY23, and approve an associated budget adjustment in the amount of $100,000. I have a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I think Steve said he was gonna pull some stuff to have the board look at it again. Is that's my understanding?
But not contingent on this. We're still recommending the approval at the board level. We'll follow up with that.
But then you'll follow up with the documentation.
That's-
Okay, I second the motion.
we have a motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. All right, let's move along. Members of the board, we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Driscoll. Thanks for joining us.
So move.
A motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a second?
So moved.
We have a second by Vice Chair. We had motion by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Bye.
It is unanimous. Let's go down. We are now the Board of Supervisors and we have a public hearing. We actually have a few public hearings. First one, item number 27 is a public hearing, consideration and possible recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding a new liquor license application number 218975 for a Series 10 beer and wine store for Meteor Crater RV Park located at 140 Meteor Crater Road in Winslow, Arizona. Agent is Matthew Anthony Kent. I believe this is out of District 4. Is that correct, Clerk Daly?
That is correct, Chair Horseman.
All right. And I'm going to turn this over to you at this time, Clerk Daly, to lead us through this.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. We received the liquor license application from the state, and the agent is Matthew Kent, who is here today with us. And this is for a new liquor license for a Series 10 beer and wine store for Meteor Crater RV Park located at 140 Meteor Crater Road, Winslow, Arizona 86047. And the liquor license is within the Supervisor District 4. A notice of the public hearing and a copy of the application was posted at the location by the Sheriff's Office on January 25th. So it was up for 20 days for comment, and we have not received any comments regarding the application up to today. And then upon speaking to the applicant, there was a liquor license at this location years ago, but there has not been for a few years now. And according to the applicant, there really isn't anything around for 40 miles. So all applications for liquor licenses in the unincorporated areas of the county are reviewed by our Sheriff's Office, Health District, Community Development Department, and Risk Manager, and none of the departments had any concerns regarding this application. The board itself does not issue the license, but makes a recommendation to the state based on knowledge of the area. And I'll go ahead and stop there.
Very good. And before we open this up for a hearing, does the applicant want to address the board?
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. As Ms. Daly has said, this license particularly is for our gas station convenience store to offer beer and wine for our RV guests. They're all connected together in one development. It's an RV park with the gas station and convenience store. There was a license some years ago that operationally they decided not to continue because they just didn't want to manage the inventory and deal with it. But it's just a great product and a great service. And in these economic times, we try to open as many revenue streams as possible to help our business. So I'm grateful for any and all consideration this commission gives us. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. And I know this is out of District 4, so I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Begay to make any comments before I open this up to the public hearing. Supervisor Begay, any comments on this?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Lindsay a question. So this liquor license is brand new and were there any follow-ups made? Oh, no, it can't be. Okay, it's okay. I now get it. But anyway, I just want to say thank you for presenting this to us, and and coming forth, you know, to ask us to recommend to the State Department of Liquor License and Control regarding this application. And hopefully, I just guess want to make a motion at this time then.
Well, we actually have to go through the public hearing process, Supervisor Begay. So, but after that, I'm going to turn it over to you to make that
Okay.
motion, I promise. So,
Okay,
and before we get to the public hearing, just for the record, I will just note that it appears to be, and I'm going to ask Clerk Daly, that the required statutory posting was in fact met. And that during this time, we have received no comments in one way or the other with regards to the request. And that it was in fact reviewed by our department staff and there were no concerns that were raised. Is all that correct?
That is correct, Chair Horseman.
So that the statutory prerequisites have in fact been met by the applicant.
That's correct.
All right, very good. Thank you. And with that, members of the public, now is the time for you to be heard. We do have before us a new liquor license application for a Series 10 beer and wine store for Meteor Crater RV Park located there in just outside of Winslow, Arizona. And now is the time for you to be heard on this. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us, or if you would like to make some comments on this application. And Lindsay, would you please indicate how they can join us for the hearing?
Yes, thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment for item 27, the public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen that will appear if you hover towards the bottom and it looks like a hand. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Thank you. Now is the time, members of the public. Please join us for the public hearing.
And at this time, there are no hands raised.
All right, last call for our public hearing.
And no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Thank you, Clerk Daly. At this time, Supervisor Begay, this is in your district, so I would entertain a motion from you if you'd like to make that motion.
yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion. I move to recommend approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding application number 218975 for Series 010 beer and wine store for Meteor Crater RV Park located 140 Meteor Crater Road, Winslow, Arizona 86047. Agent Matthew Anthony Kent.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of making the recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, I see 3. Did we lose? Apparently we've lost Supervisor Fowler.
That is correct.
All right, so we do have a vote 3-0. And we will carry that on to the recommendation of the Arizona liquor license. So we're moving forward with a 3-member board at this point. Item number 28 is public hearing consideration of possible recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding a new liquor license application 216625 for a Series 2 restaurant for Meteor Crater Mining Company located at Interstate 40, exit 233 in Winslow, Arizona. And we have Matthew Anthony Kent as our agent again for this matter. So at this point, I'm going to turn this over to Clerk Daly to lead us through this.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. Again, this is the same agent, Matthew Kent. He's applying for a liquor license for a Series 12 restaurant application for Meteor Crater Mining Company located at Interstate 40, exit 233, Winslow, Arizona 86047. And the liquor license application is located in Supervisor District 4. Again, this is an area where there's not anything really around for 40 miles. And again, like the applicant explained, there hasn't been a liquor license there for a few years now. This liquor license was also provided to our Sheriff's Office Risk Manager, Community Development Department, and Health District for review, and they have no concerns regarding the application. And the Sheriff's Office did do the posting for the hearing on January 25th, and it was up there for 20 days. We have not received any comments regarding the application at this time. Again, the board does not issue the application or license, but it does make a recommendation to the state based on knowledge of the area.
Thank you, Clerk Daly. And members of the board, any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll just go ahead and ask just for the record, Clerk Daly, this then has in fact been posted for the 20 days. No comments have been received. And it has been reviewed by the county department staff. And they have no concerns that have been raised. So it appears that the statutory prerequisites for this application have been met. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair Horstman.
Very good. And I guess real quickly, I know if the agent would like to speak just real briefly before we open it for the hearing, I'll do that. I know he's just addressed us, but he's welcome to any follow-up he might have.
Always happy to address you again.
All right.
Meteor Crater gets over 250,000 people a year. And, we're trying to improve the visitor experience, promote astrotourism by becoming more of a destination, and again, help ourselves economically while tourism is still, finding its feet back underneath it. So we've done a wonderful job of renovating what used to be a snack bar into a historic representation of older Arizona. And we want people to be able to have something to drink of an adult nature when they're there as well. So we just think it makes a much better experience and improves our tourism market. Thank you.
Thank you. And I love astrotourism and love Meteor Crater. When I came out from high school, one of the things I had to see was Behringer Crater. And I've told Drew Behringer that. So it really is a destination. So thank you for that update, Mr. Kent. All right. So I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Begay if she has any comments before I open this up to the public. Otherwise, I'll open it to the public and then bring it back to Supervisor Begay for a motion. Any comments, Supervisor Begay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to say that, I think it's important that we look at things economically, and then also for our people that are coming through, and having this, establishment there would be a plus, for that. So I just want to say thank you, Mr. Kent, for applying for this application, and then for a Series 12 restaurant. So I just want to say thank you, and that's all I have to say.
All right. So now is the time, members of the public, for you to be heard on this application. This is for a Series 12 restaurant liquor license for Meteor Crater Mining Company. And Lindsay Daly is going to let you know how you can join us.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment during this public hearing for item number 28, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you're joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And there are no hands raised at this time.
All right, last call, members of the public, if you'd like to be heard on this liquor license application.
And no hands raised, Chair
Thank
Horstman.
you. Then I will close the public hearing. And at this time, I would entertain a motion for a recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Controls regarding a Series 12 liquor license for Meteor Crater Mining Company. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, with all the statutory prerequisites that have been met, I would like to make a motion to recommend approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding application number 216625 for a Series 012 restaurant for Meteor Crater Mining Company located on Interstate 140, exit 233, Winslow, Arizona 86047. Agent Matthew Anthony Kent.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of approving this motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, it is unanimous. It's a 3-0 vote. And at this point, congratulations, Mr. Kenton. Again, thank you for joining us.
Much gratitude.
All right, we are moving along. We have a new public hearing from District 2, out of District 2. This is public hearing consideration and possible recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding a sampling privilege application for an existing liquor license number 090-30047 for Highway 89 Chevron, which is located there at 11230 North Highway 89 here in Flagstaff. And the agent, and I am so sorry, I am going to mispronounce that, so I'm not even going to try. Give you my sincere apologies for that. But is the agent with us?
Yes, Mr. Goswami is here. He's joined by telephone. So I have allowed him to speak. He'll just need to unmute.
Very good. Then before we go there at this point, I'm going to turn this over to you, Lindsay, to lead us through this. And this is a sampling privilege application. I don't remember having gone through this, so maybe you can address that for the board as well.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Horstman. This is the first sampling privilege application that I have seen since I've been here as the clerk for the last 4 years. Again, this is Agent Trinity Goswami applying for a sampling privilege application for an already existing liquor license at the location of Highway 89 Chevron at 11230 North Highway 89 in Flagstaff. This is in Supervisor District 2, and we did issue, I did myself put up the hearing notice and a copy of the sampling privilege application at the site for 20 days. We have not received any comments or concerns regarding the sampling privilege application. Like normal liquor licenses, the board does have to make a recommendation to the state regarding this. And so we're not issuing the application, we're just making a recommendation based on knowledge of the area. I did call over to the State Records Division to see if there have been any violations regarding the liquor license that is being used at that location. And there have not been any violations regarding the liquor license application, which is good. And then also the board makes a recommendation, like I said, based on knowledge of the area. The sampling privilege application allows the alcohol to be sampled at the location. So the owner can essentially have customers, enable them to be able to taste what they may be wanting to purchase before they actually purchase it. So that is what the sampling privilege application allows the liquor license holder to do. And again, Mr. Goswami is here if there's any questions related to the application itself. And we did pass this out to our department, Sheriff, Community Development, Risk Manager, and Health for review, and they do not have any concerns regarding the application. You're muted, Chair.
I was hearing background noise. Sorry, I muted myself. So it has been posted for the required statutory time. We've received no comments. That it has been reviewed by the department, Coconino County departments, and they have had no concerns. Is that correct? So statutory prerequisites for the application have been made. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair Horstman.
Very good. So Supervisor, since this is Vice Chair Vasquez, this is out of your district. I'm going to turn this over to you before we ask the applicant's agent to address us. And then I'll go ahead and open it up for the public hearing. So any comments you'd like to make, Vice Chair? And you're muted too, Vice Chair.
Sorry, try to keep from background noise. No, I just wanted to say I'm looking forward to seeing this new these fees move forward and seeing how we can make it work for our community. So with that, if anybody else doesn't have anything to say, I'll put in a motion.
Well, I think we have to do the public hearing first, but let's go ahead and open it up to the agent if he'd like to make some comments, and then I'll open it up for the public hearing.
Please.
Mr. Goswami, you can just unmute yourself.
Mr. Goswami, you can join us now if you will unmute. All right, I think Mr. Goswami is having some technical difficulties, so what we'll go ahead and do is open this up for the public hearing. Members of the public, now is your time to be heard on this. It's a rather new item that has come before the board. This is regarding a sampling privilege application for an existing liquor license there at the Chevron off of Highway 89. If you'd like to be heard, now is your time. Lindsay, would you please explain how they can join us for the public hearing?
Yes, at this time, if anyone would like to make a comment regarding this liquor license public hearing for item number 29, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. Or if you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
All right. Thank you.
And at this time, there are no hands raised.
All right, members of the public, this is the last chance. If you'd like to be heard on this application, please let us know and join us now.
There are still no hands raised
All
here.
right. Thank you. And Mr. Goswami, I'm not sure if you can join us, but one more time, if you would like to join us and make any comments before we entertain a motion, now would be the time, and you will need to unmute. All right, I think he has having some technical difficulties. So I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chair Vasquez, if he would like to make a motion.
Sure, I'd like to make a motion that we can recommend to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding a sample privilege application for an existing liquor license number 09030047 for the Highway 89 Chevron located at 11230 North Highway 89, Flagstaff, Arizona 86004.
Thank you. We have a motion from Vice Chair. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, it's 3-0. It's unanimous. So with that, congratulations, Mr. Goswami. And we look forward to stopping by and checking out the Highway 89 Chevron station and seeing how this is all working. So congratulations. So let's move forward. We have the last public hearing, and this is a public hearing, consideration and possible adoption of resolution 2023-07, adopting select new and revised user fees for the departments of community development and facilities, which will become effective on March 1, 2023, and adopting select new and revised user fees for health and human services effective July 1, 2023. And I know we have information that was provided to us with a breakdown in our board packet. And I believe that Finance Director Siri Mullaney is here to present this item. Is that correct, County Manager?
That is correct.
All right, so
Great.
Siri, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. We also have representatives from Community Development, Facilities, and HHS available for any questions. In terms of background, as you know, periodically the county does review its fee schedule. We undergo a complete study of all of our services and the cost to provide those services. Departments will periodically take a look at that schedule and identify fees where perhaps there hasn't been a modification or an increase in the fee in some time, but where the cost study that was undertaken substantiates that the full cost of providing the service is greater than the current fee. We do have some fees up for proposal that fall into that category. So specifically the fee requests from HHS and those fee increases, they have been fully studied And the full cost again is greater than our current fee. And so they are recommending some increases. The other one that is of that nature is in community development. Our second fee, if you will, there, the mobile and manufacturing home permit. So this is another one where the department would like to increase their fee based on currently having a charge that is less than the full cost. Then we have some new fees also that are on the schedule for proposal. The first one is the facilities management electric vehicle charging fee. As you may be aware, we've recently installed some electric vehicle charging stations, which is really exciting. And we've also noticed members of the public taking advantage of those electric vehicle charging stations, again, which is really great. So what we did was we took a look at what our per kilowatt hour is for charging those vehicles. We looked at any staff time that goes into maintaining the this charging stations. And then we looked at then what would a fair and reasonable fee be to recover just our direct cost of allowing those electric vehicles to use those charging stations. So they were put in place initially for the idea that our county electric vehicles that are part of our own fleet would be able to use those electric charging stations. But we wanted to make it more available to members of the public, but also, without sort of taking on a brand new cost as the county to, subsidize the user benefit there of being able to use the charging stations. So what the fee does not include, which we did calculate, but we chose not to recommend, is the cost of depreciation on the equipment, the charging stations themselves. This is truly just a direct cost recovery recommendation, to encourage the electric vehicles while still, again, not absorbing any new costs from the county. So you'll see a tiered recommendation there for $1.50 for the first, I believe it's up to 5 hours. And then at the 5th hour, the fee would increase to $5 an hour to try to incentivize the vehicles to move on after a certain amount of time and encourage additional vehicles to have the opportunity to use those stations. That tiered fee was modeled after other research that was done on other electric vehicle charging stations in town. Specifically, NAU also does that tiered type approach where they have a lower fee for the first several hours, and then they bump it up again to encourage sort of that turnover. And, in our case, so that we can have spots available for our own vehicle charging as well as needed. So that's the first new fee on there. And then the second fee that we have on there for recommendation. And actually, before I go into that, I do want to note we do have effective dates for these fees. Departments and the board could also choose any date in the future to make the fees enacted. So if for some reason we didn't want to enact a fee starting March 1st, for example, and it was more appropriate to wait and delay or have the fee approved, say upon approval of a different ordinance like the short-term rental ordinance or something like that, the board could still take action today to approve the fee contingent upon the adoption of the ordinance. Because it does require a lengthy 60+ day process for notification on these fees. And so we would otherwise want to start that process all over. So there's definitely options there, but the other fee you'll see then is the short-term rental permit fee, and that is tied with the recommendation for the ordinance. And so I will turn that over to Director Krisselman if you have questions on that. And I know that's later on the agenda, but we are recommending the fully allowable fee under the new short-term rental statute of $250. Again, we did study the cost of issuing the permits through the whole, from A to Z, from having the permit, research the property, vetted, and all of those steps that takes all the way through the permitting process, and we're able to determine that the $250 annual fee is in alignment with that full cost of providing that service. So with that, I will turn it over to the board for questions and comments.
Just a question. Yes, short-term rental, we're obviously going to talk about it tonight. We may or may not approve the ordinance today or tonight. But we do, this 250 is the amount that has been determined by community development for the actual processing fee cost. If we chose to go forward with this today, we could hold off on the implementation until after the ordinance was passed. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Very good. Thanks. Any questions, members of the board, on this? it would be my preference to go forward with the recommendation for the electric vehicle charging and the STR fee today. However, I would entertain a motion to hold off on the implementation on that STR fee until after the ordinance is passed. So March 1 for the electric charging fee date, and upon the passage of the STR ordinance for the 250 is what my recommendation would be. Is that consistent, Siri, with what's allowable?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It is. And then just a note that HHS also had a delayed implementation of their fees. I believe it was July. I'm sorry, I don't have the staff report in front of me, but they also wanted a delay. They wanted an adoption today for implementation in the future.
And I saw that as well. Thank you. And that was July 1st. So members of the board, any questions or comments? With that, I would entertain a motion.
Chair, we need to open the public hearing.
Oh, been so good about that hearing. So members of the public, I forgot, this is a public hearing. And you've heard that we are here for the adoption of 3 new user fees. And one is the electric charging that begin on March 1st. The other is a $250 application fee for short-term rental, which would be implemented after the short-term rental ordinance is passed by the board. And the last one is a fee for new and revised user fees for health and human services that would become effective on July 1, 2023. Now is the time for you members of the public to be heard on the recommendations for these user fees. And Clerk Daly is going to let you know how you can join us.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover at the bottom of your screen, and that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
All right.
And at this time, there are no hands raised.
All right. Last opportunity, members of the public, if you'd like to join us for this public hearing on new and revised user fees.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
All right. So now, members of the board, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing portion. And at this time, unless the board has questions or comments, I would entertain a motion for the adoption of the new and revised user fees with the effective dates as we've been discussing. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Vasquez for the user fees of March 1 for electric charging, $250 for STR permit processing to be implemented after the passage of the ordinance. And number 3 would be the new revised user fee rate for the health and human services effective on July 1. Do I have a second? Oh, I'm going to take a second, then we'll go to Siri. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. Siri, what did I miss?
Sorry, Chair, I just also want to point out in community development, there was also a recommendation to increase the mobile home manufacturing home permit, and that would be effective March 1st still.
Okay, so with that, I would entertain a motion to amend from the moving party to include the motorhome park fee. And if the moving party will make that, I'll ask for a second with that as well.
So moved.
Okay, and seconding party, will you approve that additional fee?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second with the revisions to our original motion on the user fees. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. It is unanimous. And is that clear, Lindsay, on what we just did? Or do I need to restate it?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Chair Horseman.
All right, good. Thank you. Okay. We are moving along here. Our next item we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors? It's
Moved.
Second,
all right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of being the Flood Control District Board of Directors signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, and members of the board, before we go forward, do we need to take a 5-minute break? Or are you okay?
yes,
We're all good?
let's do.
Well, we're taking a break.
Let's take a-
Okay, we're gonna take a break. So we don't have Matt with us, but we'll take a bio break, 5 minutes all, okay? And if you're on, we're Lindsay.
I'm here, Chair.
We're gonna need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. We're gonna have to go all the way back to the Board of Supervisors because I went ahead and had us resolve as a flood control district. So we'll do that.
Okay.
And we'll go back and we'll do the vote. We'll go forward. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you for catching that. I'm really
That
sorry.
was Val.
Thank you, Val, for catching that. I'm really sorry. I was in such a hurry to try to get somebody on at 3, which is not going to happen, obviously. So. All right. As soon as the board is back.
I did hear from Supervisor Fowler. It looks like she has joined us. So I'm going to try to find her here.
Thank you. Hey, Lucinda. Thank you.
Lindsay, she's 4733.
Thank you. That helps, Sue.
Sorry, Steve.
So as soon as Vice Chair is back, there he is. And once Supervisor Begay is back, and we have Supervisor Fowler joining us by phone right now.
Supervisor Fowler, can you unmute and speak for us?
Hi, this is Lena. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor
All
Begay,
right, I'm back.
are you back with us, Supervisor Begay? Yes, I love that. By the way, good thing that we have Val here and our clerk for many reasons, but one is they actually are listening to what we're saying, which I really appreciate. And I made a mistake and we did not do a formal vote. So we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors, finish our vote on the last item, and then we'll go back as flood control district. So at this time, I'm going to entertain a motion for us to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have that motion?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, members of the Board of Supervisors, we did have a motion and a second for a motion by Vice Chair and a second by Supervisor Begay for the new user fees and the dates for those. And we did not vote. So I'm going to ask you at this time, all those in favor of the user fees, the revised user fees, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We've now voted. We're good. So let's move forward. I will entertain a motion now to resolve as the Board of as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, we are now the Flood Control District Board of Supervisors. Item number 31 is consideration and possible action to approve a Good Neighbor Agreement, GNA, with the U.S. Forest Service, which grants to the Flood Control District the funding of $42,348,401 and approval to construct a set of watershed restoration projects on Forest Service land below the pipeline fire burn scar, and authorizing the Flood Control District Administrator to sign the document, sign the agreement. There is no match required by the Flood Control District for this funding. However, the district will be required to cover any costs in excess of the committed amounts. And with that, we do have our Flood Control District Director, Lucinda Andriani, here with us. Good afternoon, Lucinda. It's good to see you. And
Good afternoon.
I'm going to turn this over to you to present.
All right, thank you very much. Well, it's an honor to be here today. This is an exciting day, and it's a historic day for the district and for the county. The district has secured, as you all know, upwards of $90 million in federal funding. Today, we're here to talk about $50 million of that funding. And for this item, and to say that I believe this is probably the largest single approval for grant funding in the history of the county or the district. So it's an exciting time. This funding is coming through the United States Department of Agriculture, and which, as everybody knows, we fostered a tremendous positive relationships with both the Forest Service and the Natural Resources Conservation Service over many years. And, really excited to bring this forward. So today, the first grant that we will be looking at is that will be considered by the board today for approval is from the U.S. Forest Service, as noted. It's an agreement. It's a titled type of agreement called a Good Neighbor Authority Agreement. The agreement provides $42 million that will be directed to on-forest watershed restoration measures. And as we all know, coming out of Schultz and some of the other work we've done in museum as well, that the on-forest measures are really the game changer. That's what makes the difference in terms of restoring our watersheds and helping our forests to restore, as well as reducing the sediment that impacts the downstream neighborhoods. Because in reality, if we don't lower that sediment load, whatever we construct downstream won't be very effective. And we've seen these measures not only reduce sediment, but also reduce the level of water flow very successfully over the years. So very excited to bring this forward. I want to express my really deep appreciation and gratitude, particularly to Matt McGrath, the Flagstaff Ranger, and his team, Nick Musto, and many others there at the district who worked really closely with us frankly, from day one back in July when we started to conceive this plan and develop that plan in concert with them. I also want to thank Natural Channel Designs, Alan Hayden, Mike Carley, and the rest of the team at Natural Channel Designs. They worked feverishly so that we could take this plan to the USDA and Forest Service in July or early August, and then present that in August. And they've just done a tremendous job working with us to bring this forward and get this proposal into the omnibus bill. And I also want to thank, obviously, the key to both of these grants has been the partnership and support from Senator Kelly's office in particular and his staff, and Senator Sinema's support and staff, as well as former Congressman O'Halloran and his staff. They were successful in getting this into the omnibus bill and getting approval back in December by Congress. We would not be here today if that had not taken place. So I really want to thank them. So with that, I know that both Matt and Aaron Mayville, our new forest supervisor, are on their way back from a tribal meeting over in Window Rock. And so they're in transit, but they are on the line. And if Matt is in a position to make a few comments, I'd like to give him the opportunity to do that. Again, Matt's just been a tremendous partner on this effort. So Matt, are you able to say anything?
And Lucinda, if we could, and I'm really excited to have Matt join us, but I would love to introduce Aaron Mayville.
Yeah, we're going to introduce Aaron as well.
Yeah, because I think that would be nice, since many of the members of the board have not had an opportunity to meet Aaron. Some of us have met him virtually, and looking forward to him being with us in person soon. So maybe before we even hear from hear from our good friend Matt McGrath, who we all know very well, Aaron, maybe you want to introduce yourself real quickly to the board.
I'm happy to. Just quick, can you hear me okay? Someone give me a thumbs up. Yeah. Wonderful. Wonderful. Matt McGrath is currently driving. Now, you're on speaker, so he can hear, but he needs to focus. Matt and I had a meeting in Gallup, New Mexico with some tribal partners today, and we had to get on the road to get back home. So thank God for mobile meetings. It's nice to see you all. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm Aaron Mayville, the new forest supervisor here on the Coconino National Forest. I've been in the chair 4 weeks now, and So it's lovely to meet you who I haven't met. I'll say I look forward to seeing you in person and, you know, continuing these meetings. I can't promise I can come bearing $42 million every time we meet, but I'll try. Yeah. And I will just share, this is a historic day, and so it's important we're able to get on the video just to say thank you for all your work towards getting this money put to good use. And I will call out Lucinda specifically for her efforts, but I know it was a real team effort. So well done to everyone there for pulling together. And it's been a wonderful welcome for me as I start the new job here. And I think we've got some time next week or a week after on the calendar to actually sit down and go through some more specifics. But hello and introduce. The district ranger just pulled.
Please continue.
Yeah, he heard the kind words though.
So are you safely over to the side of the road, Matt, and say hello?
Yes, we are just pulled over. Yes, thank you very much for having us today. And again, apologies that Aaron and I are taking this from a car right just across the state line back home into Arizona. So looking forward to getting home before the storm.
Well, we want you to get home safely, and just to both of you, Aaron, yes, we know you can't get us $42 million every time, but Matt, we do expect it from you every time.
No, it's been a real, as I said, a real team effort on both sides of this. And so, you know, to Matt and his team on the district too, I think this is going to really go do some great work out on the ground, which is really what we're all about here. So I couldn't have picked a better time to introduce myself and meet many of you. So thank you again. And Lucinda, thanks for the words at the top.
Well, thank you very much. We have a really strong partnership, and we really are very appreciative of that. And I think with that, Chair, I can turn it back over to you. I'm happy to answer any questions that the Board of Directors may have.
All right, very good. And, you know, just again, just an incredible thank you. $42 million, it is historic. And I don't know if people understand just how incredible this was. You know, we had this fire, 2 major forest fires back to back, you know, serious flooding that occurred here in our communities. And, you know, you, Lucinda, Natural Channel Design, your staff, our partners in the Forest Service, everybody jumped in and came up with a plan on what can we do to mitigate this. And then not to get the plan together, but then to get it to our senators, our congressman, former Congressman Tom O'Halloran, to get them behind this, and to get the advocacy that we got in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it really, everybody hears the word unprecedented, but this deserves that word. It's been unprecedented. The partnership, the expedited way everyone worked together to get the job done, and then to get the money to get the job done. That just doesn't happen in government, but it happened, and it happened here. And a great thank you to you all. Lucinda, you have just been tireless on your efforts on this, and for our wonderful partners at, you know, the Forest Service and our public partners, our private partners. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is a great day for Coconino County. And I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chair because I know he feels just as deeply about this.
Yes, thank you. Really appreciate all the support and the funding. I know it took a team effort, so thank you, Lucinda, and your team for all your efforts, and then Natural Channel Design for getting all the engineering so we could actually get this funding, and then to the Forest Service and all your support in getting this funding, because, you know, as you know, with Schultz, they didn't get this kind of, they didn't get this level of funding, but they didn't get the funding to do some of these projects until several years after the initial fire and flood events. And so to be able to do this at this level, this magnitude so quickly after these fires this summer is really, really special. And we're really grateful, and we look forward to being able to implement these projects during the windows that we have so that we can minimize the effects of this next monsoon season. So just heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. You know, our community needs this, and we're looking forward to putting it into place so we can mitigate the upcoming monsoons. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Begay?
Yes, I want to thank Matt and Aaron and Lucinda, the staff, and everyone that has come together to make this happen. It's very important that, we establish partnerships and that we're all there for one another, and that, everybody's jumping on issues that came regarding the fires, the flood, and now we're doing the mitigation. So I'm very glad to be a part of this effort. And of course, I'm just going to tell Aaron that 40 million every year moving forward sounds good to me. I thought I heard you say that. So, but I just wanted to say thank you to everyone, and Steve, with your leadership, and I just really appreciate everyone. So thank you so much.
All right. And Supervisor Fowler?
This is Lena.
We hear you, Lena.
Okay, great. Thank you. I mean, what else can we say? It's just a great teamwork at the local level. And something like this to be pulled off, there has to be a great team at the national level. Congressman O'Halloran, Senator Kelly, and Senator Sinema really worked as a team, and that was really great when we had congressional delegation that really worked as a team on behalf of an issue as magnitude as this one that had such a great impact on our county. So I just want to thank them. I want to thank Congressman O'Halloran, who's not our congressman anymore, but really want to recognize him. He's really worked for us on this issue and other issues throughout the county. But Lucinda and team and everyone, I think it's just what a great day it is indeed. We've been working on various issues since the first time and during the Schultz fire in 2010, and now we have this good news to further the efforts in addressing the impacts from the storms and also the fire and the aftermath. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So any other comments otherwise, and Lucinda, any other comments otherwise, I would entertain a motion. Vice Chair, you want to make that motion?
I motion.
That Vice Chair to approve the Good Neighbor Agreement with U.S. Forest Service.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking for my cue. I motion that we approve a Good Neighbor Agreement with the U.S. Forest Service, which grants to the Flood Control District the funding of $42,348,401 and approve to construct a set of watershed restoration projects on Forest Service land below the pipeline fire burn scar, and authorizing the Flood Control District Administrator to sign the agreement. There's no match required of the Flood Control District. However, the district will be required to cover any costs in excess of the committed amount.
Thank you for that motion. Do I have a second?
I would like to second the motion, and I think the part that we need to include is authorize the Flood Control District Administrator to sign the agreement.
Absolutely.
Second the motion.
We have a second from Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of this motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 And it is unanimous. What a surprise. Aaron Mayville and Matt McGrath, always great to see the two of you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Likewise.
Safe travels.
Thank you. Thank you all.
I also want to recognize Michiko Martin, the regional forester, as well as Elaine Corman, the deputy regional forester. They both also were very supportive of this effort, and were involved with communicating with the federal level. And I want to thank them as well for all their efforts.
And Chief Moore, I mean, I think we got them
Chief Moore.
all the way out.
Top down.
Yep, Chris
Top down.
French. Yes. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Thank you.
So we have item number 32, consideration and possible action to approve and accept an award in the amount of $9,504,675 from the Natural Resource Conservation Service, NRCS, for an emergency watershed protection program, EWPP grant to engineer and construct flood mitigation measures in the Wapatki Trails and Brandis Way flood corridors with a district match, flood control district county match in the amount of $2,111,875 and authorize the flood control district administrator to sign the agreement on behalf of the flood control district. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Lucinda Andriani.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. This has been a bit of a circuitous route here. As you know, in the omnibus bill, we had upwards of $50 million that had been approved by Congress as part of funding the EWPP wait list, what they call project wait list, which in total $925 million. Gives you a good understanding about the disasters impacting the country. And we've been waiting for quite some time for the Office of Management and Budget at the federal level to apportion the funds to NRCS. But in working with both the state level as well as the federal level of NRCS, we have been able to, they were able to free up some funding and to the tune of about about $9.5 million. And to be able to move forward with the first phase of projects this spring and early summer, which includes Wapatki Trails and Brandis flood corridors as noted. And so again, the partnership that we've had with NRCS has been, tremendous through 4 fires. I mean, we have utilized NRCS funding, on Schultz, Slide, Museum, and now Pipeline, and both emergency funding, exigency funding, as well as long-term mitigation funding. And the partnership there is just tremendous. And I just want to recognize the state office. We are very fortunate here in Arizona. We have a tremendously strong state team led by Keisha Tatum, who is the state conservationist. Also on the team that's working with us is Kyle Spencer, who is our kind of team leader and has just done a fabulous job working with us and representing us. We have Monty Lane, who is the program manager, Dave Mayman, who is the state engineer for NRCS, Sierra Freidenlund, who has been our project manager, and Scott Courtwright, their archaeologist, Melissa Martinez, who is their contracts manager, and then Aaliyah Rattersdorf, who is the local engineer that we work with in the field. And this has just been a tremendous team working with us. Again, that same team worked with us successfully to be implementing all the projects within the museum corridor as well. And then the other partner who stepped up and again put the plans together so we could get that request to the federal government in our congressional delegation was Civil Tech Engineering, Chris Duza, Rick Schroeds, just, tremendous, as with Natural Channel Design, Civil Tech went through all of Schultz with us. They're back with us on the team and bring tremendous capacity, experience, and knowledge. So we've got a phenomenal team there, and what we believe it will be a good plan for both of these corridors. So I want to just take a quick minute to introduce Julius George. Julius is actually right now serving as the interim acting state conservationist. Keisha is on a detail in DC right now. And Julius is, I think you're just starting. I don't know how long you've been in the role, Julius, but he's now serving as the acting state conservationist, and just want to give him an opportunity to make a few comments. Good to see you, Julius.
You too, Ms. Lucinda. First of all, good afternoon to Madam Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and also all the rest of the other supervisory board members. Thank you so much for the kind words and comments. And I commend you for all of the NRCS staff for what they've done to try and actually provide the assistance to offer this funding to the county to make sure that we can address those needs. From my 2 days being here in Arizona, coming from North Carolina, I can honestly say it is an amazing group of individuals that is located here and serving the state of Arizona. For that, you guys are so blessed to actually have this group. Their dedication to actually partner, to working with partners, and also seeing the job done for the benefit of those constituents of Arizona. I just only hope that I'm able to actually add to the team and not take anything away from it. Ms. Keisha has a very set of sturdy stilettos. I'm just hoping to be able to fulfill my own wingtips and actually carry on the load while she's on detail. So anything that I can do to support you guys any further, anything that we can continue to do, we'll most definitely do our part and look forward to doing anything additional. Unfortunately, I don't have the 42 million that the Forest Service does, but we're going to bring to the table everything that we can in order to continue to support you all. So thank you, Ms. Luciana, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Julius, and we
Yes,
really
ma'am.
look forward to working with you. And we have, another agreement will be coming forward for probably about 36 million. So we're, for the rest of the projects that were in the package. And again, Arizona has a fabulous team. I just want to thank all of them. And so I think with that, Madam Chair, I turn it back over if there's any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you, and great to meet you, Julius. Really appreciate you being with us this afternoon, and welcome to Arizona. So, and by the way, just one other thank you again. That this is our congressional delegation who refunded this, who made sure that this particular NRCS monies were there to cover our requests. So once again, a big thank you to our two senators, Kelly and Sinema, and our former Congressman Tom O'Halloran for their advocacy on behalf of Coconino County, and of course for our wonderful Coconino County staff and those there at NRCS that really did, above and beyond what you would expect to assist us in our time of need. So thank you, and please extend our great appreciation, Julius, to all of those that were involved. So.
Yes, ma'am, will do. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
All right, members of the board, any other comments, questions that you would like to make? Otherwise, I'll entertain a
Madam
motion.
Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Okay, welcome, Julius, to Arizona, and you're going to really be a big help to our organization here in certain areas. So, and I just want to say thank you to the senators, Sinema, Kelly, and also O'Halloran. And when we went up to the Hill 3 weeks ago or so, they were very open to us too, again, as far as what we had to ask for and inform them about. So I was really happy with that. And then also the staff here, Lucinda, you and your staff. And I only have one question. In the background of the documents that were submitted, and there it says, however, if the costs are deemed ineligible during or after construction, then those costs will be borne by the district. I assume that that's going to be very minimal, if anything, or what are we going to do to try to eliminate, that? But I know that the construction has to be done. So that's the only question I have. Thank you.
Sure, well, we've already understand what is eligible and ineligible in terms of what we propose to NRCS. That's part of a decision process that happens at both the state and federal level. There may be things that surface during the project where there'll be a discussion about eligibility, but I will say historically, we've always had a great relationship working with NRCS, and they're very practical, they're very knowledgeable, they're very understanding as to what are the dynamics that are in the field, and working with private property owners that their money focuses on private property owners. So I think that typically they've worked really well with us, and we've never had, in fact, we've had them be more flexible than initially sometimes and come back and say, hey, we can work with you on some modifications here to make sure this is eligible. So again, great working relationship. So thank you. Good question.
Yeah, mute. Was she mute?
You're muted, Chair.
I'm sorry. Judy, did you have a follow-up question? If not, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure. She was telling me I was muted or
I'm not muted. Just that, I understand, if there's there is a great relationship, a working relationship, to, make things, move and get completed and whatever. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Vice Chair.
Yes, I just wanted to add that we really appreciate this funding for NRCS because this is the funding that'll get through private properties the water down to our detention basins and get it through our communities. And so this is a crucial point for these flood mitigation efforts. And we just want to thank NRCS for all your support. And as Supervisor Begay mentioned, when we were in DC a couple weeks ago, everybody was very supportive. All our congressionals and senators were very supportive in this process, and everybody that we spoke with from Department of Agriculture. And so we're just really grateful and look forward to get these projects done. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is one of those times that, when we had in-person meetings, it was really great to see everyone and be together with everybody that was involved in the project and have some snacks and have a little celebration. So with that, I just want to thank again everyone, and just the NRCS has been there from the very beginning. So I just want to thank those staff that have left to really put a lot of energy into this, and the new ones that are coming in, and again to our own staff as well, and all the teams. There's so many multiple teams, and even the communities being patient and being able to work through these processes, and all the education that is involved in with the community as well as the board to be able to make these decisions. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. All right, and if there are no other comments, I would at this time entertain a motion to approve and accept an award in the amount of $9,545,675 from the Natural Resource Conservation Service for an Emergency Watershed Protection Program grant to engineer and construct flood mitigation measures in the Wapaki Trails and Brandis Way flood corridors with the district match of $2,111,875,000 and to authorize the Flood Control District Administrator to sign the agreement on behalf of the Flood Control District. Do I have that motion, Vice Chair?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous and it passes. Thank you all very much. This is very exciting for the community.
Very exciting. And we will celebrate. Don't worry. Thank you very much. Really appreciate all the support.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julius George for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You all take care and have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. So now members of the Flood Control District Board of Directors, we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, very good. Members of the board, we are now the Board of Supervisors. And we have 4 items between now and when we are going to be taking our break. And I know one of them is a fairly long item by Alan McGuire, who's with us to provide an update on our economic outlook. And I'm just going to say this, we are going to take a break at 5. We have a hearing at 6. It's going to be a long hearing. And so I want to make sure, and some of us are going to probably go to our home offices because this weather is probably going to come in. So at this point, I'm going to ask the county manager if he has any suggestions, and now we proceed.
Real quick, I know that the next item is going to be very efficiently presented. And then the other thing to Sue Brown, if you're on, can we push the purchasing policies out for March 7th? I need a quick response.
I would, yes, we
Okay.
can.
Okay, so we've just, so item 33 is going to be presented very quickly. We're going to push item 34. And then Alan, to you, we're going to be asking you to present until 4:30, and then we're going to do a hard stop. And then we will invite you back on March 7th to finish your presentation. So the board will be able to end this meeting by 4:30. So again, we'll be pushing it as much as we can. Madam Chair, is that okay?
That's good, County Manager. Thank you so much.
Okay, so then we can tee up item 33 for a very efficient presentation.
Very good. Members of the board, we have item 33, consideration and possible action to approve a new 5-year inspection service agreement with the Arizona Department of Housing for plan review and inspection services for manufactured homes and modular buildings. This is community development. Jay.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, good afternoon. This is just a renewal of our ongoing agreement to provide plan review and inspection services for the Arizona Department of Housing for manufactured homes and modular buildings, and also coincides with the fee increase that you approved earlier. So thank you. I'll be happy to take any questions.
All right, members of the board, are there any questions on the information? And Jay did provide us a fairly extensive information in our board packet and the agreement in the board packet. Any questions from members of the board?
No.
Seeing none, at this point, I would entertain a motion to approve the new 5-year inspection service agreement with the Arizona Department of Housing for plan review and inspection services for manufactured homes and modular buildings. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of approving the 5-year inspection service agreement signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you very much. And thank you for that quick presentation.
Thank you.
Very efficient. Thank you.
Thanks.
Number 34, I think we're going to go ahead and table to the next board meeting.
Yeah, we'll push that to the March 7th because there's not a public hearing element to it, but it says internal policy. So
very good. So we are now here for item number 35, which is presentation and discussion regarding fiscal year 2024 budget building blocks, economic update with Alan McGuire. And I know he's been waiting here for a while for us, and also Finance Director Siri Mullaney, who will introduce this item. So I'm going to turn this over to Siri.
So I will start and then Siri will pick up. But again, Madam Chair, members of the board, we've been providing to you and the leadership here at the county what we call budget building blocks on various topics, ranging from the structure of the general fund. We're talking today about our economic outlook. We'll be talking about others on mandates, the ARPA investments we've made, service delivery. And so these are budget building blocks, so again, to provide some foundational information to our process here at the county. One of the important building blocks here at the county is our economic outlook. And we've invited a friend of the county, Alan McGuire, to return to provide his insight and his knowledge with regard to our economy. Our economy is very, very important to us for a variety of reasons. Today at our elected official leadership team, we talked about the fact that our county is predominantly funded by the sales tax. And so our sales tax is our bread and butter, if you will. And therefore we have to be very, very mindful of what is happening in our economy. We've seen it at its best and we've seen it at its worst. And so with that, and I don't know if Siri wanted to add anything, but we're ready to tee up Mr. McGuire. Siri, to you, anything else?
Thank you, Steve, Madam Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to point out that you have now received the presentation. It was emailed to you a few hours ago if you wanted to follow along.
Thank you. And then, Alan, to you, sir, we would ask you if you can present, all the information that you presented is all very good. We don't want to rush the presentation. We would like you to go through the presentation in order to get through the material that you presented, but we will ask for a hard stop at 4:30. And then we would like to have you come back on March 7th if you are available to finish the presentation. So don't feel like you need to go through 50 slides in 2 minutes. So again, Madam Chair, I will turn it back to you so that we can provide the presentation that Alan has presented. And excuse me, Lindsay, are you, can you cue this up? Excellent. So Madam Chair, any other comments from you?
No, other than I know that Matt Ryan was really wanting to hear this from you. So if it gets, some of it gets moved over to our next meeting, it's going to make Matt Ryan very happy, Alan. So thank you for being with us this afternoon. And as always, your information is very instructive. So we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Chair Horstman, members of the board. I'm really happy to be here. I see a lot of old faces I've known for a long time, Supervisor Ryan and Supervisor Fowler, and of course, Steve and Andy and Lucinda and Siri. So it's really nice for me to be here. Lindsay, I'm going to go through the slides pretty quickly, and I guess you're going to move them for me.
I am, thank you.
Okay, you can keep going. 2 more. So I'm going to talk about these topics. I'll skip the introduction, but talk about the lockdown and what that did to your economy, inflation, consumer confidence, the U.S. economy, the Arizona economy, your regional economy, and then a couple of notes at the end that you might find interesting. Next. This is an example of employment from 1990 to 2023. You can see the ups and downs. Next slide. One of the things that's worth thinking about is how long does it take to get half of the jobs back? That's a good measure of the recovery that you have. So 2001, remember the dot-com recession, took 8 months. 2009, the financial crisis recession, took 29 months, very long recovery there. The 2020 lockdown only took 4 months. And that's because this wasn't really a recession in a traditional sense. It was really a temporary suspension of business activity. Just a simple example would be, if you ask somebody how many employees do you have on a Friday, they might say 10. If you ask them how many employees are working today on a Saturday, they would say none. But then again, on Monday, they would have 10 again. So what you see is that the recovery didn't require a lot of capital investment. It was a function of opening up the business operations and letting people go back to work. Next slide. So this shows you the long time it took. And you look on the left side, you'll see how quickly we bounced up in the beginning, but then there was a long tail that took all the way until August of 2022 for the U.S. economy to recover all the jobs it had in February of 2020. Next. Now let's talk about inflation and some of its causes. This is the biggest problem, next slide, confronting the U.S. economy and frankly, everybody in the U.S. right now. So this is inflation data through January of 2023, just came out a couple of weeks ago. You can see overall inflation of 6.4%. And you can see some key things in there like gasoline, utilities, fuel oil, food at home. Those are things that really affect people's lives. I put next to that the inflation for the prior year through December, from December 21 through December 22. And you can see the 49.6% increase for gasoline. Those numbers compound. So to think about all the inflation we've had in the last 2 years, you got to multiply those numbers by themselves. So you get very much bigger the numbers than just the annual year-over-year numbers. Next slide. Now, these are caused by different reasons, and we see some of them going away. The food at home, food in general is a commodity problem. You know, farmers plant too much wheat, the next year they plant less wheat. So they automatically adjust themselves to the commodity prices. The used car is a perfect example of supply chain. In 2020, new cars were impossible to get because they couldn't get chips. So if you can't get a new car, everybody wants to buy a used car. Used car prices went through the roof. They've actually declined significantly since then. So different causes for these and different solutions over time. Next slide. So let's talk about consumer confidence on the next slide. So consumer confidence, and there's 2 measures, one by the University of Michigan and one by the Conference Board. They both do the same thing. They ask slightly different questions. They get slightly different measures, but they're both reliable in the same way. They produce an overall number of consumer confidence. And they have also 2 sub-questions, which is, how are you feeling about things now? And how will you feel about things 6 months from now? So if you look here, Overall, in January of 2023, the preliminary number is 107.1. That's actually down over the last 2 months. But on the other hand, the current, how do you feel right now, is going up, which is a good thing. But the downside is people are getting more worried about 6 months from now. So next slide. Here, and real quickly here, this is just some measures of what people feel about things. I think the most important thing to look at on this page, and you can look at the whole page later, is if you look at the top under present situation and you look at jobs, half the people in the country, basically 48%, think there are plenty of jobs out there. And we see that in the other data. Next slide. Very quickly, this is a graph of the pattern over time. You can see the collapse over on the right-hand side. During the pandemic, people were very concerned. Confidence fell dramatically. We saw it bounce back after that. Next slide. And this is the two component indices. So the blue is the present situation, and the bronze or orange is expectations. So look on the left-hand side there, you'll see 2008, 2009. You'll note how when we came out of the financial disaster in 2009, expectations went up very high on a relative basis. So people thought things were getting better looking forward, not worse. Now, by contrast, next slide, look at the current situation. What we see here is current situation is pretty positive, actually got a little bit better, but expectations have collapsed. So people are really worried about the future. And we see that in a lot of the things in the marketplace out there. Now, the reason I'm showing you consumer confidence is for decades now, I have regressed consumer confidence data against sales tax revenue. Why? Because if you feel good about the future, you buy a refrigerator. If you feel bad, you don't. So this is a very important indice for you guys and thinking about your future. Now, I'm waiting for that consumer expectations to turn around and get better. That's a big concern. Next slide. Let's talk about the U.S. economy, and then I'll move into Arizona. I'll move to the U.S. data pretty quickly. One of the things to note on this is U.S. employment over the last 30 years. If you look on the right-hand side, you can see that huge spike coming out of the COVID lockdowns. But most of that was people being reemployed in their old job, not a new position. So it has a different effect. It's all good news, but different kinds of news. Next slide. And here's the most recent numbers. Farm payrolls exploded in January. You may have seen the headline, 517,000. You know, that's usually about 200,000 a month the last year. Now, why was it 517? It's 517 because they do something called seasonal adjustment. And seasonal adjustment is every January, the U.S. economy loses about 2 million jobs because all those retail people and Amazon people who get hired for Christmas season get laid off in January. Well, the layoffs this year were lower than typical, and that caused the number to be projected up. So that's kind of a backhanded way to say, if you adjusted this for reality, that number should look more like maybe like 200,000, 210,000, which is what we've been experiencing through most of 2022. Next slide. So here's a quick look at the U.S. economy. The Federal Reserve in Atlanta does a statistical model that they put out. They tell everybody it's not a forecast, but they're showing positive growth for this current quarter, and all the data to date shows that. What do we have to worry about? Well, the Federal Reserve is going to continue to increase rates significantly until inflation slows. The chairman has told us that. The good news is U.S. households are still in good condition. Mortgage defaults are incredibly low, completely different than 2009, 2010, 2011. And when you drive around, I know it's true in Flagstaff, was up there a couple of weeks ago, there are for hire signs everywhere. People are looking for employees. So the U.S. economy is surprisingly resilient in the face of the Federal Reserve's policy. Next slide. So this is a graph that shows about 7 or 8 years worth of job openings, right? And if you look on the left-hand side, you can see those are job openings. But now look at the right-hand side. The number of job openings, while it's declining at the very right-hand side, is still way above the long-term trend. So that means there are places to work if there are people who want to take those jobs. That's a very good sign for the economy. You don't see that happening in a recession. What you see is the opposite. Employers begin to contract, they have fewer job openings, and it's harder to find a job. Next slide. So let's look at some employment. Now, this is a little comparison. This is U.S. employment in the center column as of the beginning of the pandemic, and then again as of last month. And what you see is every single sector, except for leisure and hospitality in December, is back to where it was, or very close to it. But that's the 24-month period that it took for us to get back. Keep going, next slide. And so this is an analysis I did to try to get a sense of, remember, we had a drop in employment and then a return to where we were, but are we back to where we would have been? So I took the 1990 average monthly rate of growth for the US economy, and I took the data points and I adjusted where we should have been in December of 2022 had we continued to grow without the pandemic at the 2019 level. And you can see that our actual data on the right-hand side is less than the adjusted data, which means that while we recovered the jobs we lost, we're not back to where we would normally be had there been no pandemic and shutdown. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. I think that's true in Arizona, and it's true pretty much across every one of the counties in the state, and I imagine including you guys. So we're still behind in jobs. Next slide. So what do the things look like? Well, consumers keep hearing every single day there's going to be a recession, and that makes them nervous. And they're also beginning to spend down the money that they received from the federal government. Huge amounts of money were put into the economy in 2020 and 2021. That made households very rich. To give you a simple example of that, on average, households over the last 20 years have saved about 7% of their income. That number went to 43% in May of 2020. So when the lockdowns happened and the federal government dumped all that money on the economy, people took most of it and put it in savings, and they've been spending it down and spending it down and spending it down. Right now, the savings rate, remember, long-term average about 7%, it's now down to 3%. That tells me people are drawing money out of that savings. They're saving less than usual because they're drawing down their savings. I expect that the Federal Reserve will continue to raise rates, and I believe that they will keep them higher for longer than most people think. We have seen a change in the market in the last 2 weeks where people are beginning to recognize that the Federal Reserve is serious about that. And frankly, the data in January did not say that they were having a very big impact on inflation. It's not as bad as it was a year ago, but it's way worse than we can sustain. So I kind of talk about this as the receding recession because it keeps moving into the future, and there's still drag internationally. China's not open back up. Europe is struggling. So it's a complicated situation right now. Next slide. So let's look at Arizona, then we'll look at Coconino County. Next. So this is a graph of Arizona employment from 1990 through the present. And if you look at the right-hand side, what you see is the slope of the line all the way over by the right-hand side is almost the same as it has been over the last 30 plus years. That's a good sign. That means we're back to trend line. If you took out the little dip there in 2020, it would almost be a straight line all the way up that slope the whole way. So that's actually good for Arizona. Next slide. Now, this is the same graph I showed you before for the US, but it's for Arizona. And so you'll note that we had the spike in April of 2020, but by April of 2021, we were back to where we were. So remember, it took 2 years on the national level. It only took a year for Arizona, and it took us even a shorter period of time to get back halfway, which is where the green arrow is. So we came back much faster than many other places, and we did not close as many industries. For example, construction worked all through the pandemic, so we didn't lose as many jobs proportionately as the US as a whole. Next slide. So what about Arizona? Well, our growth has slowed compared to historical standards. The last couple of years, if you ignore 2020, but in the last couple of years, we've had job growth of 3 to 4%. I suspect in this year and next year, it'll be down to 1.5 to 2.5%, something like that. That's lower than our long-term trend, but we're also getting bigger, so the denominator affects the percentage change. But for example, in 2022, we were the 20th nationally in terms of job creation. Now, a lot of you will remember that we've been in the top 5 almost every decade for the last 5 decades. So we're being surpassed by some states in terms of growth, but we have some very good things. Number one, Arizona has a younger than average population. There are currently in Arizona more 25 to 35-year-olds than there are 55 to 65-year-olds. That's a great thing for workforce. That means we have lots of people coming into their prime earning years, their prime working years. And I know it's hard to get employees, but that's good news in terms of the future. Now, we also know that population growth, which is primarily driven by in-migration, people moving to Arizona, That slows going into a recession and it recovers coming out. And so we would expect that to happen if there is a short recession. But the big difference in Arizona is housing affordability has changed. And you know that in Coconino / Flagstaff better than anybody. You've been dealing with this problem for 30 plus years. It had statewide has always been an advantage. It's now a disadvantage. We are an unaffordable state in many respects, but the economy is still doing very, very well in Arizona. Next. So this is the blue chip forecast for Arizona. This is the brand new one, came out in January. These are pretty good numbers. You'll see that, right? So you see 4.5%, 4.4% personal income, 4% retail sales, wage and salary is 2.5 or so, population 1.5. Single family permits are down. I think that will rectify itself. I don't want to talk too much about housing because we're short of time, but I believe what will happen is there will be capitulation in the housing market. Buyers will figure out that rates are going to stay around 6% for a long time, and they got to get out of the basement, so they're going to go buy a house. On the other hand, sellers who right now think, I want the price to go back where it was 18 months ago, they're going to realize after a couple more months that ain't going to happen. And then you'll see the market open up, and then you'll see single family housing get built. We're really returning to normal because we were so sort of distorted over the last 2 years. Next slide. So now, this is some notes about Maricopa, because Maricopa so strongly influences Coconino. You have a very visitor-driven economy. A good portion of your economy is driven by visitors. Most of those visitors, not all of them, but most of them are coming from Arizona. The preponderance of those in-state visitors are coming from Maricopa. So in a sense, so long as Maricopa remains strong, that helps Coconino. It helps your tourism-related businesses. It also provides an alternative stream of employment. Employees rather for your growing businesses. Arizona, Maricopa responds the same as Arizona, but we do have increased competition from Texas and Florida. We're seeing more California firms that would typically come to Arizona end up in Texas or Florida, a few in Nevada, but mostly Texas and Florida. The Arizona economy, as I mentioned, is very resilient. Next slide. So let's talk about what's going on in your neighborhood real quickly. Next slide. So across the country, and therefore across Arizona, and therefore in Coconino County, travel and leisure spending continues to be strong, provided they can get the Flagstaff on the roads. But that's a temporary phenomenon. And you are a very desirable location for remote working. We've seen that there's been some stories in the Wall Street Journal over the last couple weeks about small towns, small in the sense of Flagstaff size, not Phoenix sized, that are seeing huge in-migration because people want to live in a nice place. And frankly, especially ski towns. It's pretty interesting. And it's causing quite a problem because if a whole bunch of residents show up, they drive up the prices. Does this sound familiar? They drive up the prices and the locals have no place to live. I have a good friend who has a very successful business in Aspen, Colorado. The proprietor, his manager is 80 years old. When the guy wants to retire, they can't find anybody to take over this business, which is making like $3 million a year because nobody can live in Aspen and nobody wants to drive an hour and a half to work every day. So it's a problem. You know that better than anybody. But your affordability has gotten really bad in the last little bit of time. The National Home Builders just came out with some data that shows that only 15.6% of the houses available for sale in Flagstaff can be bought by a median income household, the middle household in your community. That's really tough. And by contrast, that's down from 33% in the fourth quarter of 21 and about 50% in 2019. So your affordability has gotten way, way, way worse. Your employment growth grew quite a bit in the last couple of years. It's going to slow down a little bit, but Arizona is resilient and Coconino follows Arizona. You are very dependent on the overall Arizona economy. Next slide. And that's a good thing, frankly, because Arizona has a strong economy. So good to be dependent upon Arizona. Now, next slide. These are a few slides that I wanted to just mention, but I'm going to keep to my time frame. So I'll go through this pretty quickly. It seems clear that all the excess stimulus out there, all that money that they dumped on households is running out, particularly for lower income households. If you take households and you divide them up by percentile, bottom quartile, what you see is lower income households have spent more of their savings proportionately than upper income households, and inflation affects those lower income households even worse. The problem ultimately was the Federal Reserve was way behind the curve on inflation, and they're paying the price for it now. The result will be longer. The good news is that all that federal money has cushioned the impact of a recession. A year and a half ago, everybody was saying there's going to be a recession in 2022. And then they said the second half of 22. Then they said the first half of 23. Now they're saying, well, maybe not till 24. So it keeps moving out. The longer it takes, probably the better it will be. Now, what we don't need is to spend more money because that will drive inflation. This is a slide on debt you can look at because federal debt has exploded and it's soon going to be a larger cost than Medicaid in the federal budget. And that's not even counting on the fact that as interest rates go up, the cost goes up even more. So if you just adjust the current debt payments for the interest rates paid in 2000, it goes from 10% of the budget to 33% of the budget. That squeezes out other spending. So that's a real issue, particularly when you're getting $90 million grants, so harder to get that cash. Next slide. So some bad news and some good news. Now, if you've been following the stock market, everybody's at Twitter about how bad things are. But I like to think about the stock market less in terms of price than I think of it in terms of time. So this is like 2018 to now. I could do this back to 1927. The graph will look about the same. What you see is the S&P 500 has gone upwards and to the left continually over time. So every time we have a drop in the stock market, I try to think, how far back did we move down that curve? Did we move down 10 years? So look at what happened in the first quarter of 2020. See how far that drop was all the way to the bottom? If you go to the left, you can't even find a place where we were that low. But now come up to where we are now. We're about 4,000, plus or minus every day. But that only takes us back, a couple of years, not very far, and we'll recover that. So while you're worrying about the stock market, remember, in 2022, we had an explosion in stock market prices, and the market's taking some of that back. So that's such bad news. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, it's not yet. Real quick. This is the US GDP comparison. You can go to the next slide. I put this up here because I'm sure a lot of you heard in the beginning of the year, everybody was declaring we had a recession. Remember, we had negative GDP growth for 2 quarters in a row. Well, there it is. You can see it, minus 1.6, minus 0.6. But not all data is the same. Go down and look at inventories and exports. Inventories and exports are what drove that number to a negative one. And so, I care about inventories, but they go up and down and up and down and up and down, and they settle out over time, and exports do the same thing. So exports and inventories are volatile, and they can deeply affect your GDP numbers. But look in the middle there. Look at that personal consumption number. That's what people are spending in the economy. Those are pretty solid numbers. A little weak in Q1, but that's typical because it's after Christmas. People have credit card shock. They spend less money. But the key is people were spending throughout that period of time. That's not what happens in a recession. In a recession, you see personal consumption go negative. So that quote unquote recession, I don't believe actually happened. Next slide. So the good news, Coconino, Arizona, and the US were in great shape going into the pandemic. Good things were happening. Job creation has been strong, 517 in January. That number was 233 in December. We only need to produce about 80 to 100,000 jobs in the US economy to maintain level. So we're way above job creation numbers on a historical basis. Same is true with job openings. We have about 11 million jobs available in the US. That's terrific. So people who are getting fired are getting jobs relatively quickly. I'm expecting some federal gridlock. I think that's a good idea right now. Maybe less is more. And finally, I think the chairman seems to be determined. I did the same presentation basically a month ago, and it said, I think the risk has shifted to the downside. I think the risk has shifted to neutral now. That's actually a significant improvement. Next slide. Job creation, you can see we're above the long-term average. Next slide. Now, two more quick points. You hear a lot about this. The federal funds rate, that's what the Federal Reserve controls. That's how much they charge banks to borrow from them overnight or short term. That green line shows you about where the normal rate is over the last 30, 40, 50 years. The red line, the red data on the right-hand side, that's where we've been for a decade. That's not normal. We're going back to normal. So we're going back to the norm. So while it feels uncomfortable right now, it's actually a good thing in the medium term for the economy. Next slide. The exact same thing is true with mortgages. That green line is the normal, typical mortgage rate, 7 to 8%. That's where we were for a long time, except for the crisis in the 80s. But where we've been the last 2 years, that's not normal. Again, we're going back to normal. That's a good thing for the U.S. economy and everybody over the long term, once people get used to it. I think last slide. Yeah, okay. So we're in a good position. We're going to finish the fiscal year strong. I think the second half may weaken, but it may not. I don't believe a recession is certain. I don't believe the depth of the length of it is certain. We have drag from Europe and Asia. The job market is strong, but it is slowing a little bit, but still way above long-term average. Labor, as you know, is a quality and quantity is going to be an issue for a long term in the U.S., in Arizona, and in Coconino. And I think I am done. Next. Maybe I have one more. Oh, I do. Okay. So the best news is I forgot. Okay, the best news is U.S. business was strong going into the COVID thing. It came out strong. Arizona is a leading state for business and quality of life. Coconino is a leading place in Arizona. As I said, the recession is not certain. If we have a recession, Arizona will certainly be better off than the U.S. given where we're positioned. We have a vibrant economy. It's a good place to live. You know that better than anybody. It's a wonderful place to live and work. We have our challenges, but things are much better here in the U.S. Generally than around the world, and better Arizona than any place else. So with that, I think my time is up.
Thank you, Alan. My gosh, talk about zooming through. So I think what we'd do, Madam Chair, if we could, I'd like us to get some time on the 7th to come back to Alan if his time is available to do some question and answer. That also would provide the opportunity for Supervisor Ryan to look at the material, because he always is very interested in Alan's information, and then have, of course, comment and dialogue from our finance staff as well. So if we could do that, and Alan, if your schedule is available on sometime on March 7th,
I'll confirm it.
We'll come back and work on that. But again, Madam Chair, I think it would be a good breaking point at this time. Back to you to wrap up and go forward.
Thank you. And thank you, Alan. And boy, that was a lot of stuff, really quick, but amazing and quite frankly, very understandable. So I want to thank you for that. So even though it was quickly done, it was very understandable going through it. And I do have some questions. And boy, I wish they would have you on the 24/7 news cycle explaining this. It would make a lot more sense to average Americans. So thank you so much for meeting with us. I do hope you can come back. I know probably finance has some questions, and I know the board members are going to have some questions. And it will give Matt Ryan a bite at the apple, because I know he was disappointed he was going to miss this. So and members of the board, any other questions? Or at this point, thank you, Alan. We hope to see you again at the next meeting. And members of the board, unless there are other comments or questions, this is the time that we can break and come back together at 6 o'clock. We have a very important public hearing at 6 for discussion with our community on our proposed short-term rental. And so I think it's really important that looks like the weather is coming in a little later, but make sure you've got a good cell phone connection or hopefully a good Wi-Fi connection. And I'm going to ask you do keep your to the extent that you are on the internet, you keep your cameras on. So for the public hearing portion of this. So thank you. And with that, thank you, Steve. You did a good job of getting us through. And we will be back at 6 o'clock.
Great. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you.
Hi, Chair Horseman.
How are you doing, Jay?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. So,
Thanks
and-
for approving our service agreement and the fee.
oh yeah, absolutely. I thought that was important to get that done. I don't think we're on yet, are we, Lindsay? On the public? Can we be heard by the public?
Yes, we're streaming still. We have to
Oh.
run the stream through the break.
Okay, all right, good. So, all right, you want me to, I was going to have you go through your outline, and then I was going to make some comments and do the Q&A, and then we'll open up the public hearing. Does that work for you?
That sounds perfect.
Okay, good.
I'm thinking that Mark and I made a bad decision being at the office. It's sticking already.
You know, I left after our earlier meeting and came home, and I'm just watching it fall.
It's starting, I think, maybe a little sooner than they expected.
Well, I actually thought it was going to start earlier this afternoon, so yeah. But yeah, I'm a little worried about the snow load here, so.
Yeah, we've been encouraging folks to, brush the snow off their roofs, and
Yeah.
we've had a number of collapses.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, most of them have been older manufactured homes, and of course they have flat roofs. The older ones do, which just doesn't work in our climate. Most of the newer ones, they're pitched, but they're 5 and 6 to 1 pitch, so it doesn't even do much to get the snow off the roof.
We have a huge pitch on our house, but it's a lot of snow up there.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I see Geronimo and Monique. Thanks for joining us, Monique.
Hello, Chair Horseman. Yeah, I think Jay would probably put a warrant out for my arrest if I didn't.
Well, I've got your responses here. I could just read them verbatim.
But we would have some problems extraditing you. I'm just going to say that. All right, Supervisor Begay is with us, so I'm glad.
Chair, just so you know too, I'm going to start the presentation, and then when it comes to the enforcement side, I'm going to introduce Mark, because I don't think a lot of folks have met him.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, and then he was going to talk a little bit about the enforcement side, and
Good. Well, I'll go ahead and start out with some preliminary. I don't know if any of the other board members have some preliminary before you start your slideshow. Then after the slideshow, we'll do some of that Q&A.
Perfect.
And we'll go from there.
I think that's great. I think it's a good way to frame the context.
Okay.
Chair, we do have all the supervisors, of course, not Supervisor Ryan. He's out of town, but the other supervisors are on.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that. And so I still have a couple more minutes. So hopefully we'll have a lot of folks from the community joining us. What else they going to do on this snowy night, right?
That's right. I was told by a coworker in a previous evening meeting that when it gets dark outside, I become completely washed out.
Oh, you do, actually. You do.
So the lights above my desk are the bulbs are out because it's too blinding when they're on.
We just thought you were in the witness protection program, Jay.
Love it. Maybe I will be.
Oh, don't go there. So I see Supervisor Fowler's with us too. So hopefully she made it safely to her destination. And hopefully nobody is going anywhere tonight. Stay wherever you are. Do not leave your house.
For sure. And even more so tomorrow night, I think. Isn't that when the bulk of it's supposed to hit?
Oh, is that right?
I thought that's what the most recent Tim Carter sent it out a little while ago.
Yeah, I think I didn't read it, but I saw he sent something. So.
Madam Chair, I made it.
I'm so glad you did. I was worried about when I heard you were driving to Gallup. I go, what is she doing? So I'm glad you're there safely, Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah. Sometimes you can't cancel meetings, you know.
All right, and we're kind of losing you a little bit, so Supervisor Fowler. So hopefully it'll improve. Hopefully the internet's going to stay up for this meeting tonight.
It better.
Yeah.
Is it blowing there? The winds?
No, not too bad. That's the good news. It seems to be coming down just like nice, gentle snow right now. So, but
it's sticking already.
Yeah, it's sticking. It's cold enough.
Oh, it's already snowing. Supposed to start at midnight, I thought.
It's snowing. It did. It has its own clock.
Yeah, that's good.
So, well, where are we? It's 6 o'clock. How's that?
We lost Supervisor Begay. I'm trying to get her back on.
Okay, is she still in the office?
No, she went to her hotel.
Okay, it's probably safe. I'll see if you can get her back on. Hopefully we can get Supervisor Begay back.
I am texting Madam Chair.
if she loses,
There she is, Chair.
okay,
Supervisor Begay, do you want to unmute? Make sure we can hear you. You want to hit unmute, Supervisor Begay? She's got to just unmute.
Supervisor Begay, can you unmute? Or do we have a problem?
She texted me and said she's trying.
So is the internet not working at the hotel where she's staying?
I'm afraid we don't know details, Chair.
Sue, is it possible if you can give her a call and find out what the scene is there? I know we have Supervisor Fowler, but she's also in Gallup, and if we lose one of them, we've lost our quorum. If we lose both of them, I guess we lose our quorum. So, and so I'm a little concerned about that.
Madam Chair, right now, since she's connected, she's using her bandwidth there. She'd have to disconnect there. She might be able to go.
She might be able to go where?
She just changed, her designation changed. Supervisor Begay, can you unmute? Oh, nope, we lost her. I'll call manager.
That would be great. And I'm going to go ahead and I hate to do this, but I don't know what's happening there. And Steve, I don't know if it's possible to get, maybe a drive to and back to her hotel. I don't think she wanted to drive in this. I don't know if we can.
Yeah, we can do that. Let's find out where she's at and.
Yeah, I just hate to lose her. This is important. So. All right. Well, hopefully we'll get we have three of us. We have Vice Chair Vasquez and Supervisor Fowler and myself, Patrice Horseman, and hopefully we'll get Supervisor Begay back in just a minute. Members of the public, this is an important public hearing tonight. And we hope you can all join us and stay put in your home and you're warm and safe and do not travel. By the moment it seems to be coming down and sticking, and I don't know about you, but it's looking a little foggy here too. So it's one of those snowy evenings. So hopefully we can spend it together here tonight and talk about short-term rentals. This is a special board meeting of the board, and our first order of business is call to order. My name is Patrice Horseman. I'm the chair of the Board of Supervisors, and I'm also the supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good evening, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor District 2 and Vice Chair.
And District 3 is Matt Ryan, and Matt has been on a long planned vacation and he isn't back with us tonight. So he will not be joining us. District 4. And we don't see her yet, but hopefully we'll have Supervisor Begay back with us. And Supervisor from District 5. Lena, we can't hear you.
And that's me.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
We can, and you may want to turn off your camera just to save your bandwidth because you're breaking up. So, and hopefully you can hear us well too, Supervisor Fowler.
You're coming in loud and clear. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good.
Yes, thank you. I'll leave my camera off then. So thank you all for joining us tonight. This is a very important meeting tonight and really enjoyed the weather. I know we're having lots of moisture, but we sure need it. We are so blessed to have the moisture come in, and just stay home and be safe. Thank you.
Amen, Supervisor Fowler. So members of the board and members of the public, our next order of business is a pledge of allegiance to honor our nation. And with that, our clerk will put up a flag and we'll put up the pledge. Those of you who can you please stand? We'll say the Pledge of Allegiance together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. So members of the board and members of the public, our next item of business is the call to the public. This is a time for members of our public to be able to address the Board of Supervisors if you have questions, concerns of items that are not on the agenda. We are going to be talking about short-term rental. It's going to be an open public meeting, and so we will open it up to the public, and the public will be able to have an open discussion with the board for that item. So we are asking for other items that you may have that are not on the agenda. This call to the public is a time for you to address the board. We ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. And because it is a public meeting, we're asking obviously for people to remain professional and civil. And our clerk, Lindsay Daly, is going to explain how you can join us for the call to the public for items that are not on the agenda. So Lindsay, please.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. Or if you're joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And I do have Shauna Green's hand up. Shauna, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you can please state your name and address for the record for our minutes, we would appreciate it. And you just need to unmute, Shauna.
Shauna, thank you for joining us, and you are still muted. There you go. Oh, it sounds like you may have a Mickey Mouse voice. Go ahead and tell it, see if we can hear you. No. I am so sorry, Shauna, we cannot hear you. You're going to have to go out and come back in. Happens to our county manager all the time. So, Shauna, we can't hear you. You may have to leave and come back in.
All right, Shauna, if you can just leave the meeting and come back in, then we'll call on you again. Next hand I have up is Lexington Jones. Lexington, if you can please state your name and address for the record, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Just perfect, Lexington. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me. I guess my only consideration was the roads. My name is Lexington Jones. I live on 1355 South Dewey Road. And it was just the roads leading up. I would love to contribute on making the roads a little bit safer and more accessible. And so I guess I would love to contribute on help funding it or help with the construction of it. Any way I can help. But for me, and I operate a short-term rental out on Dewey as well. So for the guests as well. So.
Very good. And which part of town do you live in, Lexington?
Williams on South Dewey next to.
Got it. Sorry. All right.
I appreciate y'all's time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And thanks for joining us this evening.
Okay, if there's anyone else that has a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon to raise your hand and notify us you would like to speak. Or if you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
And this is for items that are not on the agenda. We are going to have a public hearing on the short-term rental here in just a moment. So other items that are not on the agenda, now is your time.
And I will note, Chair Horstman, that Supervisor Begay is on the meeting.
Excellent.
And I'm looking for Shauna to see if Shauna came back in. And I don't see Shauna here, and there are no other hands raised at this time.
All right. Well, hopefully, I don't know what happened. We may have lost, she may have lost her connection. I'm afraid that may happen more and more as the weather turns on us this evening. So with that, we have gone through to the call to the public. And members of the board, as you've heard, we are here for a public hearing. And the public hearing we're here for is a public hearing, consideration, and possible action to approve a proposed ordinance 2023-04, which is a short-term rental ordinance. And we're going to have a discussion here with you this evening. I know community development is going to make a presentation to go over what the statute allows. And I just wanted to take an opportunity as the chair to thank you, members of the public, for being with us here tonight. We do have a number of people on this evening. I think that lets us know how important this issue is for us here in Coconino County and for our communities. We received a number of written comments, over 50, which has been distributed to the board. They are part of our public record. We aren't going to read them, but they are part of the public record and will be considered as part of the record going forward on this. And then here today, this evening, we are also going to have a public hearing where we will open it up to you, members of the public, and much like we just did for public comment, you will be able to be brought in as a panelist so that we can hear you and you can make your comments and we can make some response to those comments. So we look forward to a very vigorous evening and a very, very good discussion. You may or may not know, but the state legislature a few years back prohibited municipalities, counties, and cities from doing very, very little. We are prohibited from prohibiting short-term rentals. And they took away most of the ability for local control over short-term rentals. They basically left for us, for our abilities to, quote, regulate was restricted to public health and safety concerns or zoning ordinance concerns, which really ended up being sheriff's department, criminal nuisance for noise or for other complaints of that nature, or for specific zoning ordinances through the zoning code, and really left unregulated the ability of local governments to be able to regulate short-term rentals. Now, we understand as the county, and many of us here on the Board of Supervisors have in the past indicated, we understand that there is a financial benefit for many, many families and many people to have short-term rentals. Many just rent out a room in their home, for example, or redo their garage into a short-term rental unit. And we have to say most of the time, these short-term rentals, we have not received complaints about. And in fact, we hear very positive things. These are good neighbors. They fit into the neighborhood. They work with their neighbors. They communicate with their neighbors. But as short-term rentals have gained in popularity, Airbnb, we know them, we have seen that there have been ongoing problems associated with short-term rentals. And many of these are the owner occupied short-term rentals. They're basically absentee landlords. They're down in Phoenix, or they're down in New Mexico or California or wherever. And we have received complaints about party houses, noise, parking problems, safety concerns about your children in your own neighborhoods, and really changing the face of your neighborhoods, the communities and neighborhood that you bought your home and that you've lived for many, many years. The face of that has changed with short-term rentals. It has been very frustrating, to say the least, for many of us on the Board of Supervisors and for county, because of the limitations that we have had with regards to regulating short-term rentals. Last year, the state legislature, which prohibits us from prohibiting, that's a double negative, isn't it, Monique? From prohibiting us from prohibiting short-term rentals. They made a slight change to the short-term rental ordinance, the short-term rental law, state law. The new state law still limits our abilities as a county, as a municipality, to be able to regulate our neighborhoods and short-term rentals in our neighborhood. But they did allow for more regulation. And this more regulation we're going to hear about today. And I know that Christopher or Jay Christelman is going to go in some detail what the law does now allow. Counties still can't prohibit it. It's still going to be health and safety under nuisance, under zoning, but they've added some things that we can do. We can now have a permit process to permit and know who are the short-term rentals, where are they? There's a requirement to notify the immediate neighbors of a short-term rental. There is a requirement to have contact information of a person to receive complaints or emergency notices for short-term rentals. And they have allowed us an escalating fee for violations of various of the short-term rental ordinance. And in some cases, if there are 3 verified violations, and we'll talk about what that means, or in some cases in health and safety risk matters, they allow for a 1-year suspension of a unit being utilized or a home being utilized as a short-term rental. So although these are meaningful, they are meaningful regulations that we as a county or as a municipality can undertake, they do not go very far in allowing our communities to be able to regulate themselves, or our county to be able to regulate short-term rentals. So it's going to continue. We're frustrated on our lack of local control. And we know that you, the public, are going to continue to be frustrated also on the limitations that we can or cannot impose with regards to short-term rentals. But I'm going to speak for myself. I think it's a good idea for us as the Board of Supervisors to do what we can consistent with the law on short-term rentals. So with the understanding that by even trying to do something, we may be raising public expectations beyond what we really can deliver because of the limitations we have on short-term rentals. So we want to make that clear. We're going to do what we can, but understand what we can do is limited and defined by state law. And I'm going to encourage you, if you feel that we need to go further, that you want your local government to have more regulation and control, that you contact your state legislators. You talk to them about making the necessary changes. We would love to have more control in the development of our neighborhoods and in the regulating of our neighborhoods. So Coconino County is one of the first. We're trailblazers. And I think sometimes I was giving poor old Jay Christelman a heart attack and our deputy county attorney, Monique, a heart attack on trying to do this, because we're trailblazing this and we're taking the law as it exists and doing what we can, what we legally can, to look at possible regulations for short-term rentals. And again, most short-term rentals do a great job. They're good neighbors. They're good community members. But for those that do not fall into the good neighbor category, we're going to try to do what we can and help to regulate some of these concerns. So that's kind of my overview. If other board members would like an overview or statements, otherwise I will turn this over to Jay. But if there are any other preliminary comments from board members, certainly would entertain them now.
Yeah, if I could just say, this, unfortunately, we don't have, as was stated before, the ability to self-regulate in our community short-term rentals, but this is what has been given to us by the state that we can regulate, and so we're looking to use this to help address this issue that's impacting our community and creating issues in housing, because no long-term rentals are being changed to short-term rentals. And so this is an opportunity to at least regulate what's going on, and as was stated before, eliminate or reduce the amount of party houses that our community has to deal with. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how this ordinance has played out. It's gone through multiple variations. The team's been working on this very, very hard for several months, going back and forth on it. And so for me, I'm really just looking to see what the enforcement part is and how we're going to maintain enforcement for this ordinance so that it has some teeth and we can actually make some change and keep people accountable when they do decide to use short-term rentals. So thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Any other preliminary comments from board members? Otherwise, we'll turn it to our staff. Okay, seeing none, but seeing our wonderful staff popping up, Jay Krisselman and Mark Stento, who have been working very hard with us on our proposed ordinance. And I know you've got a PowerPoint to share with us, Jay, so please take it away.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, thank you very much. Jay Kristelman, Community Development. We've got Mark Stento, our Compliance Manager, here with us. Chair, thank you for that very thorough introduction. That's very helpful. As the chair mentioned, back in July, this past July, the state Senate passed Senate Bill 1168, which did give local jurisdictions limited authority to regulate short-term rentals. We're going to go over what our proposed ordinance is going to consist of based on what the state has allowed us to draft. So as the chair mentioned, it does allow for a jurisdiction to require a permit or a license. For the sake of the county's permitting language, we're calling it a permit. It's semantics. There's no difference whether a jurisdiction calls it a permit or license. The same regulations do apply. It allows for the collection of up to $250 for the permit fee, which we are recommending the maximum amount of $250. It does allow for the operator of the short-term rental to maintain a minimum of $500,000 in liability insurance. And there are sites, most of which we have found out require $1 million worth of limited liability insurance. So if that's the case, they have to carry what the site requires. It does require that the operator of the short-term rental notify neighbors. It doesn't require consent from the neighbors, but it does require that the neighbors directly adjacent, across the street, and diagonally across the street are notified that this is a short-term rental, this property. It does require that the neighbors, as well as the tenants, are provided with emergency contact information for somebody who's there to respond to complaints or emergencies that maybe the tenants might have. It also requires that the operator of the short-term rental provide a transaction privilege tax license number, because short-term rentals are assessed through the assessor's office differently than a non-short-term rental. Now, there are a couple of items that are administrative in nature that are not on the slide that I wanted to mention. So the way that we've created our permit form in our permit tracking software has some boxes that are self-selected that the operator, the applicant of the short-term rental are responsible. They attest two things, one of which that they're not going to rent the short-term rental out to a registered sex offender. And the other one is that they attest by checking the box to applying and abiding by all applicable local, state, and federal regulations. Now, with that, the next few slides get into the enforcement portion. I believe Supervisor Vasquez was very specific. He wanted to hear what the enforcement mechanism was. So this is a a good opportunity for me to introduce our compliance manager, Mark Stento, and his division of code enforcement is going to be the ones responsible for administering the permits as well as follow-up of the enforcement. So I thought it would be a good idea for us to introduce Mark. Now, there is a level of enforcement for failure to obtain the permit. So these items that I just went through, once those are obtained by the county and verified for accuracy, the county is obligated to issue the permit. So there isn't the level of punitive discretion to deny a permit. If an applicant or an operator of short-term rental fails to provide all of this information and fails to obtain the permit or fails to pay the $250 fee, we do have enforcement activity that we can pursue through the hearing officer. And we have a slide specific to that Mark's going to get. And with that, I will be happy to turn it over to Mark to introduce himself and talk a little bit about the enforcement. And Mark, let me know when you want me to advance the slide.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Good evening, Chair Horseman, supervisors. As Jay stated, my name is Mark. I handle code enforcement in Coconino County. As a precursor to this, we do anticipate that enforcement pursuant to what will ultimately be our adopted ordinance should be able to fall within the lines of our existing parameters. As Jay mentioned, going through a hearing officer to adjudicate citations. So we have a framework in place to somewhat drop this into. So one of the key components of 1168 in our proposed ordinance is preventing short-term rentals from hosting special events. A number of complaints my department's received over the time I've been with the county have been related to weddings and special events like carnivals, things like that, stuff that obviously falls within that category. I should note that occupation alone, so having a lot of people at the property, doesn't give us grounds to pursue enforcement pursuant to this component of the ordinance. While I did state that this will fit within our existing enforcement process, the STR specific ordinance does outline some specifics that are related to STRs. So our use of the hearing officer, our quarterly hearings, and our timeline for managing those processes will remain unmodified. It'll drop right into them. And I'll get into some of those small nuances that are somewhat specific to STRs here shortly. We do have the ability to, under some circumstances, as Chair Horseman mentioned, suspend a permit for up to 12 months. That is somewhat limited in scope. There isn't a large amount of opportunity to do that, but it is an opportunity in some situations. Again, I will address specifics momentarily. And incremental financial penalties for what the ordinance refers to as verified violations are possible as well. Jay, go ahead and move on to the next slide.
Okay.
Thank you. So we have a big four here that are specified in 1168, and we are basically adopting verbatim. The big four will allow suspension once adjudicated. So it'd have to go to hearing, but will allow suspension of an STR. These are pretty substantial violations. A felony offense, as I'm sure everyone can read here, in the vicinity of the STR, serious physical injury or wrongful death. Now these potentially involve criminal issues. And in this particular case, my department will have to work with the sheriff's department to be referred criminal cases that may fall within these categories. So we might be able to then, through community development, pursue action pursuant to this language against the STR specifically. We've had a meeting or several meetings in the past with the SO on that topic. We think we have a fairly simple process, but we'll have to certainly refine that moving forward. I don't think we're going to have too many of these scenarios, but certainly you never know, and certainly they're worthy of our attention if so. If a registered sex offender is housed at the STR, if there are offenses related to an adultery in a business rather, or operating the short-term rental as a sober living home. And Jay, if you can go ahead and jump to the next one too. Then that also is going to fall within that potential suspension of the permit. The big one, of course, that might be applicable to the complaints we actually get and is the suspension for a special event. So if someone hosts a wedding, an unpermitted event that falls within that scope. So again, not a large gathering. Traditionally, my department, when we've pursued stuff like this, now currently in the county, if you want to host a wedding on a commercial property, you have to have a temporary use permit. It is doable, but only 4 times a year with a temporary use permit. So it's worth knowing that we do have some precedent for pursuing action for unpermitted events within code enforcement. Thus, we have some sort of evidentiary standard, right? So when we've pursued this in the past for, let's say, an unpermitted wedding, regardless as to whether it was a short-term rental or not, but just an unpermitted wedding on a residential property, that has required a certain amount of evidence. And typically, to successfully pursue that, we've required an advertisement showing basically a commercial ad. And now that could be something on someone's short-term rental page on Vrbo or Airbnb or what have you, combined with that event actually occurring. We've been able to pursue enforcement in that particular case. We would probably apply that same standard here. So we would need some evidence that was occurring, had occurred, and was advertised as such. But should we achieve that threshold, we would then potentially pursue action and consider suspension of that permit. Thank you, Jay. I'm ready for the next one.
Okay.
Those big 4 that I mentioned, those are the insta suspension, or can be once adjudicated. For verified violations of the ordinance itself. So the health and safety components is what we're really looking at right now. A first verified violation, and verified is a critical word here because verified we are interpreting at this time to mean adjudicated. So it'd have to go through hearing and fines assessed. But a verified violation, $500 or 1 night's rent. Second verified, $1,000 or 2 nights rent. And third, $3,500 or 3 nights rent. And then additional violations from that point stay at the 3rd violation level. If a short-term rental fails to provide required contact info or operates without a permit, and this is one area where we may be able to, successfully pursue some citations. There's a $1,000 penalty per 30 days. And again, at this time, we are interpreting the ordinance as adjudication must go through a hearing officer. And again, that's like our existing process. We regularly schedule hearings in code enforcement. We can drop right into that. Next slide, please. So kind of rehearsing this, permit suspension can occur after 3 of the aforementioned violations that are penalized monetarily, or 1 verified violation of the big 4, like we discussed. And I think that's it for our enforcement section. Go ahead and move on to the next slide, Jay.
I'll take it from here, Mark. Thank you very much for that.
Do you want me to mention our staffing considerations, Jay, or do you want to take
I'll go ahead and mention it. Yeah, I appreciate that. So in discussions with the manager's office and the board of supervisors during previous work sessions, I think we've had 3 work sessions regarding this topic as this ordinance was coming to fruition. One of the things we realized right away is we're going to get a slew of permit applications right off the bat. Then there's going to be a whole section of short-term rental operators, as the chair mentioned, that might not know that this ordinance is being passed, like the family that rents their ADU, accessory dwelling unit, out to a short term. Those aren't the ones we hear problems about. So we do expect a lot of phone calls, a lot of permit applications, a lot of questions. So in order to successfully manage this process moving forward, particularly within that first year or 2, we are requesting an additional code enforcement officer. We currently only have 2 positions for the entire county, with a part-time administrative assistant that helps out code enforcement. So we are also requesting that the part-time administrative assistant be full-time. So that would be 1.5 full-time equivalent positions that the county, that the Community Development Department is requesting to help manage this process effectively. And with that, that is the end of our presentation. I'm happy to take any questions. And would you like me to end the slideshow now or bounce back and forth between some of the slides?
I think you can end it just so we can see everybody and,
Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, one of the things I just want to call my colleagues' attention to, and also members of the public, is the items that have been set forth in here as what constitutes something that is susceptible for a suspension versus what constitutes verified violations. We didn't come up with that. That all came from the statute. And just so you are aware of that. This has limited what we can do in this ordinance. And I know that we've had a lot of great ideas, by the way, that were presented by members of the public. And I know we're going to talk about some of that to see if those are things that at this point we can even incorporate in our ordinance. But before we go through kind of a little question and answer period with Monique and also with Jay, I'd like to open it up to my colleagues to see if they have any questions on the PowerPoint.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
So I just thought we could just again just say that this ordinance is not for the municipalities. This is for the unincorporated communities within Coconino County. So if you live within the city of Flagstaff boundary, this doesn't apply to them. They have their own ordinance that they will be maybe implementing, or they have their own decisions to make. This is just for the unincorporated. And we've been working on this, and this has been several years that we have been addressing the issue of short-term rental. This is not something new to the board. We've had this before the board for several years, and over to the state legislators and the staff coming up with the first ordinance, and then the state took its action saying that the counties and municipalities can't take this action. So we had to stop that original ordinance, and now the state has taken action, and now this is the new ordinance that we're introducing. So I just want to be sure I'm sure people know, but I thought we'd just re-emphasize that again. And I know Jay will do that the same also, but I just haven't heard it yet. So I thought I'd better bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And that is so important. What we're talking about are rentals of 30 days or less, can be either occupied by the owner occupied short-term rental, or it can be a absentee landlord, if you will, who is opening up property for a short-term rental. And the ordinance that we're talking about here in Coconino County applies to areas outside in the county, outside of municipalities. City of Flagstaff, City of Williams, City of Sedona, all of these municipalities, Tucson, they are looking at possibly their own ordinance. We know the City of Flagstaff and Sedona are looking at their ordinances. And quite frankly, we have been in communication with them on their ordinances, because although they have different powers than we do as a county, since they have home rule, we are both under the same statute, which limits how we handle short-term rentals. But very good point, Supervisor Fowler. We are talking about those areas in the county that are outside of municipalities. And I know we've heard from many of you within municipalities, and I can guarantee you that at least for Flag and for Sedona, these municipalities are also looking at this statute and what they can and cannot do. So great point. Other comments, members of the board, before we do a Q&A?
I did have a question, and so it's clear that weddings aren't allowed to be done as short-term rentals, but what is the process for someone that does want to have a wedding out in the county areas? Like say their friend has the land, do they need a permit or is that allowed? And the only thing not allowed is a short-term rental for a wedding.
And Madam Chair and Vice Chair Vasquez, thank you. So short-term rentals would be prohibited expressly from having any short-term, or excuse me, any temporary use activity. They do have a definition defined in statute. I can actually read that. It's pretty brief. So included in the statutory definition for the short-term rental says does not include a unit that is used for any non-residential use, including retail, restaurant, banquet space, event center, or similar use. That's very similar to what our temporary use requirement permit definition is, but we also included wedding. We expressly listed that a wedding is prohibited. And like Mark had said, that's typically what we see. But back to your original question, sorry to be a little bit long-winded. The short-term rentals are expressly prohibited from hosting anything that would require a TUP, such as a special event. But there are allowances for owner-occupied folks to have rentals at their properties through a temporary use permit process, which you can have for up to 4 times a year.
Gotcha. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
All right, any other comments or questions, members of the board? So we, based on some of the written responses we've received, I came up with some questions and would love to do a kind of a Q&A here. And then, as I said, we'll open this up for questions from members of the public. One of the things we hear a lot about is short-term rentals are located in single-family residentially zoned areas. So can you regulate the number of people in a specific community or specific neighborhood that are using short-term rentals? Many people are complaining that their communities now have just turned into a majority or a very large percentage of short-term rentals, and it's really affected their neighborhoods. So can we limit the number of people who have short-term rentals within a neighborhood?
Chair Horstman, I'd be happy to answer that question for you.
Thanks, Winnie.
In fact, rather than interpreting the statute, I think I'll read right from it. Jay and Mark both mentioned Senate Bill 1168. That actually now appears in the Arizona Revised Statutes, Title 11, Section 11-269.17. So I'll just read right from, it's like the very second paragraph in there. The first paragraph, just to reiterate what Chair Horstman said earlier, a county may not prohibit vacation rentals or short-term rentals. That's the first paragraph. The second paragraph, and this is to get to the answer to your question, Chair. A county may not restrict the use of or regulate vacation rentals or short-term rentals based on their classification, use, or occupancy, except as provided in this section. And what that means is if we have a special county rule, primary purpose of protecting the public's health and safety, that would be the only exception. But the legislature just, right there after county cannot regulate, they put cannot regulate based on the occupancy. So that's where that comes from when we say, no, we just don't have that authority to limit a short-term rental to 10 people or however many people.
So that would apply not only to if somebody rents your 3-bedroom home, they could put 10 people in there or 12 people in that home. We can't limit how many people actually will be in that short-term rental, correct?
Thank you, Chair Horstman, for that question. That's a good clarification. As Jay mentioned in the slide presentation, all federal, state, local requirements that apply to any other house would also apply for a short-term rental. So unless we have in our county like a zoning ordinance we could point to, then we can't differentiate. We cannot treat a short-term rental any differently. And it's my understanding we do not have any requirements that would restrict the occupancy of a house right now, a single-family home. So, and I would have to defer to Jay on that because I don't know all of his regulations.
Jay, any comments on that?
Yeah, we do have a definition of a family, which is, they talk about up to 10 related people, or excuse me, up to 10 unrelated people and any number of related people. But when we were going through the machinations of this ordinance, because of that occupancy claim, it was determined that we wouldn't be able to enforce that.
And then the second question, subset of that is, not only can we not limit the number of people in the home, but we cannot limit the number of short-term rentals within a neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yeah, that one, the legislature did not provide any authority whatsoever. So I think what the public and all the supervisors need to understand is the county is very limited. We can only do what the legislature has authorized us to do. And that question is a prime example where the legislature was completely silent. So their silence means that we don't have the authority as a county to limit, X number of short-term rentals per this neighborhood or that neighborhood. We've not been provided the authority through the state legislature to limit the number.
Okay, so now let's say you do have that house that's a 2-bedroom home or a 3-bedroom home, and it is being used as a short-term rental. How about the ability to regulate the wastewater systems or solid waste disposal or parking in that area? In other words, this is still a residential neighborhood. So can we use some of the requirements? I mean, if you have a 2-bedroom home or a 3-bedroom home, you have 2 bathrooms, you've got 50 people staying in there. It's very possible it's going to exceed the waste system or solid waste disposal system. So what can we do about that? And how about parking?
Well, for parking, that would we'd have to rely on the sheriff's office to enforce whatever existing parking regulations that we have within the unincorporated areas of the county. We don't have any special authority for a new parking ordinance through the short-term rental, because again, any special authority the county has to be specifically related to public health and safety. As for wastewater systems, those are regulated through some additional entities. I don't want to necessarily put Mark Stinto on the spot, but I think you do have some experience with wastewater systems. Would you be able to have an answer for that, or should we move to a different question?
I can answer that, Monique. So, as you know, our ability to permit and inspect on-site wastewater system is granted to us again through the state, through the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. So all on-site wastewater systems must be built with the reserve capacity. That's why there's a reserve field on the plans, for additional disposal area. So they inherently are designed to be allowed to have guests, Thanksgiving, Super Bowl parties that folks just had. Now, if a wastewater system failed because of repeated overuse, now that's something through ADEQ that we could resolve, but even then the resolution is pumping the system. So we haven't seen that happen. And I think it's because of that reserve capacity is allowed for, so that again, you can have, triple the guests or whatever the number might be on an interim basis, not on a regular basis. As I think it would fail if you try to do that, regularly, that many occupants. Does that help answer the question?
So I guess if it fails, then you can shut it down, right, until they correct the wastewater system. Is that correct?
Yep, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, this is Lena. And just for everyone's information, I can't turn my camera on because of the weakness in the internet here. But Jay and team, what about, they have to follow the building codes as well for these short-term rental property and the buildings?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Supervisor Fowler, that's correct. So only lawfully permitted structures can be used for occupancy, period, whether it's a short-term rental or living in permanently. So yes, they do need to meet all building codes.
So you would see like on Airbnb websites, you'll see like a mobile home or some kind of structure that is not allowed.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Fowler, a mobile home could be used for a short-term rental. An RV could be used for a short-term rental if it went through the proper conditional use permit process. But as far as unpermitted structures, no, they cannot be used for occupancy of any kind.
So Monique, can you treat short-term rentals that are owner occupied, that actually, you know, somebody renting out a home in their house, or as I said, turning their garage into a unit? Can you treat them differently than those that are really non-owner occupied, and that are being used more as a business enterprise?
Unfortunately, the legislature did not provide that authority to the counties. In fact, there's a specific clause in that legislation that the county is required to treat similarly classified, houses similarly. So we just don't have the authority. In fact, they even went a step further. So owner occupied, non-owner occupied, the legislature treats them all the same and gave us the authority to treat them only the same.
And can we treat them as commercial businesses?
No, there's a specific clause in the legislation that we cannot. As Jay mentioned, they are required to obtain their TPT, which is a tax permit, but we cannot require them to register as a business.
So can we as a county impose any kind of taxes on short-term rentals?
No, we're really limited on taxes in general, but in particular, this just gets back to, we can only do with short-term rentals what the legislature has told us we can do, and they did not give us any additional taxing authority for a short-term rental.
And I guess another question is, how are we as a county, if we try to do something to regulate, how are we as a county going to identify homes that are being used as short-term rentals? And Mark, I don't know, maybe you can answer this one.
I was just about to chime in there, Madam Chair. We already have a process. Supervisor Fowler mentioned potentially unpermitted structures being used as STRs, and we already enforce against campgrounds, building violations, whether they're being used as STRs or not in the latter case. We use aggregators like AirDNA to visually identify properties that are being advertised online. And we will use that in our cases against those properties. We'll use the same tool when identifying properties being used as STRs if an individual fails to obtain a permit. They're literally posting them out there most of the time. So it's, as long as you know where to look, it's not too difficult a process.
Thanks, Mark. And I know that since you're up to bat, I'm going to ask you another question, Mark. And that is, in terms of enforcement, if we go forward and adopt a short-term rental ordinance, our ordinance is only going to be as good as our ability to enforce. So what is the county looking at for enforcement? How are we going to enforce this?
Are you asking about the process specifically, Chair Horstman?
Yeah, I guess I am. And obviously right now the enforcement has been through the sheriff's office, through the criminal nuisance ordinance. And this provides an administrative structure that's separate and apart from the sheriff's health and safety nuisance ordinance. So how are we going to be able to enforce this administratively?
So like I mentioned before, our existing structure as far as holding hearings, going through our general code enforcement process will still generally, again, apply within the constraints specified in this specific ordinance. So we have a process set up. Part of that process is the intake of complaints. The intake of complaints will be handled through our existing portal. We funnel stuff into the county's complaint portal. We'll intake STR related violation concerns through that as well. We again plan to adjust staffing accordingly to accommodate this. Until we do that point, either myself or our incoming code officer will then take that STR related complaint and respond within 24 to 48 hours, we anticipate. And that is our typical response time for most complaints now, unless a substantial site visit is required to a far corner of the county. We will then respond to that if it requires a field visit. If it doesn't, even easier, we'll do some investigating for some obvious violations on something like the aggregator I mentioned, like AirDNA, see if we can actually book at a stay at this location. If we don't find an associated permit, and we can do that, it's as simple as that. We can make a case, we can reach out. Our initial outreach will probably be courtesy, and we'll just say, hey, you got to register, especially in the initial period. Certainly, we can pursue more aggressively for complaints that are operating Airbnbs that are unregistered pursuant to the proposed ordinance. And we'll follow up with site investigations as necessary to make our case. Certainly voluntary compliance is the goal. We are good at talking to people in the department, and that will certainly be a significant component. Does that answer your question?
It does. And I think it also, the law, and therefore our ordinance, includes 2 civil penalties in the amount of $1,000. One for failure to obtain a permit, correct? And we give them notice if they don't get their permit within 30 days, they are assessed $1,000, and we can continue that penalty going forward if in fact they haven't applied for a permit. And then another one of the great provisions, I think, meaningful provisions, is that they need to provide us a contact person. And I see one of the changes I'm going to recommend is that if they change that contact person, they need to notify us within 10 days. And if they don't provide us the name of that contact person, the statute in our ordinance also provides for a civil penalty, again, up to $1,000 for a failure to provide the contact information. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I should also note that we will partner with the Sheriff's Department to where applicable, identify any properties that may have violated some of those more serious conditions of the permit.
All right, very good.
And Madam Chair, I might add also that we already have created our online permit application. So that's ready to go. And it works. So that's a good thing.
It's always good to have success, Jay. And so at this point, I wanted to open this up to members of the public. As I said, we have gotten a number of emails and comments, and each one of the board members has received your emails and comments and has an opportunity to review them. Some of them I hope we've answered in our Q&A session, but now is the time for you members of the public to address the board. Understand that we are limited, but we're doing the best we can on being able to create an ordinance. But we do look forward to hear from you and get ideas from you on what we can do moving forward. So with that, I'm going to open up the public hearing, and I'm going to ask Lindsay Daly to let you know how you can join us here this evening. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment, we ask that you state your name and address for the record of the minutes. If you would like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear as a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. We have several hands raised.
All right, and we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. And again, it is an open public meeting, so we ask that you maintain civility and professionalism. So with that, and understanding that there probably will be a lot of people that like to speak, we'd like you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. So Lindsay, please take it away. And for those that are joining us, please give us your name and where you live here in Coconino County.
The first hand I have raised is Shauna Green. Shauna, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak if you want to go ahead and unmute.
Hello, everyone, and thank you. I'm not living currently in Coconino County, although I own a little piece of property there. I'm currently in LA, and I have had no desire to put my little place up as an Airbnb for a lot of the reasons that you have all mentioned. I don't have anyone who would be consistently there as a contact person to oversee it. And since I'm in LA, I can't do it myself. So I'm just interested in learning, you know, what the new rules and regs are, just FYI, FY me. In the meantime, I would like to ask if I have a neighbor who lives very close to me, and I want to extend my little place as a sort of auxiliary gathering place for their family when they come and visit. It's a large family. Would that be okay?
Well, Shauna, thanks for joining us this evening. And it sounds like you're just, you're being a good neighbor and you're just allowing your place to be utilized by your former neighbors here in Flagstaff. It doesn't sound like you're really opening this up as a Airbnb or as a short-term rental. Is that right?
Right.
Then,
That has nothing to do with Flagstaff, as far as I know, just Forest Lakes.
okay, well, that's Coconino County, of course. And if I said Flag, I apologize.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Coconino County. So if you are not opening it up for a rental, you certainly can allow anybody to use your home or to use your property.
All right. I wouldn't like it to be confused with a short-term rental. If somebody sees my neighbor's family utilizing that extra space.
Got it. Yeah.
How would I prevent that?
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us this evening.
How would I prevent that?
Well, you aren't opening it up you aren't getting money, right?
No.
And you aren't advertising.
No.
And if for some reason somebody did call and make a complaint, my guess is you're going to get a call from Mark or somebody from enforcement, right?
Right.
And he'll probably say, gee, are you renting your place? You're going to go, no, I just let my neighbors use it. So.
Well, I hope you believe me, Mark, if that would ever happen. I don't know.
Shauna, we would, before we even did that, we would check to see if your rental in quotes was advertised anywhere. And if we didn't find any sort of evidence indicating you were, you know, posting it somewhere, taking money for it, something like that, we probably wouldn't even pursue it that far. So you probably wouldn't even hear from us in that case.
Okay. Historically, I did rent it to an elderly pair of people who were retired, and they pretty much destroyed the place, even though it wasn't a short-term rental, it wasn't an Airbnb or anything. So that was my experience with renting it out, and I don't know if I'll ever do that again.
Thanks, Shauna. We all learn from experience.
Yeah, we do.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for being there.
Other
Okay.
members?
Chair Horseman, we have Billy Blanks with a hand up, so I will allow Billy to speak. Billy, if you can give your name and address for the record and just go ahead and unmute. You have 3 minutes. Oh, you need to unmute, Billy.
Billy, we see you, but you need to unmute.
All right, let's try Maggie Knight and we'll come back to Billy. Maggie, I have given you permission to speak. If you want to, you are unmuted, so you can go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to participate this evening. My name is Margaret Knight, and I live at 8026 East Old Route 66, Williams, Arizona, 86046. And I'm an Airbnb owner, and we have a separate property that we use. And we definitely fall into the category of, you know, local residents who need a third income to afford Flagstaff. And I actually do think that although this ordinance is limited in the counties I cite, I do believe that this is actually going to provide opportunity for the problem Airbnbs that I think a lot of us fellow Airbnb owners also don't want in our community. And so that's just my 2 cents. That I think this will provide some opportunity. And my only question is I want to make sure that the time frame from when this goes live to then we submit our paperwork sort of takes into account the county's turnaround time, that might be longer, with the understanding that you all will get a lot of applications. So I just want to make sure that there's plenty of time there for us to do our due diligence, and that I wouldn't want to see neighbors sort of like being frustrated that we haven't gotten our paperwork in or our permit back when we're just waiting for the process to take its dutiful time. If that makes sense.
It does make sense, and that's an excellent point, and something that we probably should take a look at in terms of our ordinance. I think that there are going to be so many changes we're going to be making to this draft that it's likely going to come back at a later board meeting with even new revisions. And Maggie, you brought an excellent point up that we want to make sure we include in our ordinance. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Chair Horseman, this is Monique Cody. If I may say one word, the county is not looking for any emergency effectiveness. So like any other ordinance, it's not even effective until 30 days after the board approves it. So there's that 30 days, and then there's an additional 30 days to register from when you get notified. So I did want to bring that up, that it won't be effective the day that it's passed.
Thank you. And we may even want to consider more of a time just as a startup. So that's great. So thank you.
Okay, we can try Billy again. Billy, if you can unmute.
Billy, we're having problems. We see you. I think you're here, but for some reason, we can't get you unmuted. So I don't know if you want to go out and come back in, and so you can hopefully get your mute button working. Why don't we go to the next caller?
Okay. Next caller, I have Lexi. Lexi, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. Oh, sorry. That was Camille. Lexi's hand went down. So I've got Camellia. Camellia, if you want to go ahead and unmute and state your name and address for the record, you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Hi, thank you all. My name is Camellia Moore, and I live at 13135 East Fallow Deer Road in Parks, 86018. And my husband and I have owned a house in Parks for 2 years, and we thank you for developing this much needed STR ordinance framework for unincorporated Coconino County. We moved here to enjoy a quieter area, not to deal with a new load of strangers next door every week. We now have 3 STRs next to our property, and weekends have become a nuisance or safety bingo, people smoking and lighting fires during fire bans, 1-year-old babies without safety gear being held on quads on laps while speeding around and drinking, yelling at all hours, property managers using our driveway to drive over our property line to get to the correct house, which nearly ran my husband over, who was working under a vehicle. Leaving 3-foot bonfires unattended, ziplining without proper equipment. Would you feel comfortable living next to these types of people? You never know what you're going to get. We shouldn't feel compelled to look up nearby STR booking calendars to see how they might affect our night's sleep for the weekend, for work the next day. As far as neighbors, when I've offered to provide signs that we have up that say homes not hotels, stop STRs, fix Senate Bill 1350, multiple neighbors have expressed the fear of retaliation. They're worried about these homeowners coming after them and doing something to them and their property. And that's after they've told us how much they think that these would help out the community and how much they like the signs. I'm also a scientist, so I had to dig into the numbers. In 2021, all of Coconino County had 70,000 housing units, with an estimated 7% of units being STRs and 25% being vacant. The statewide vacancy rate is 12%. The total units, 28,000 are not occupied by owners, and 19% of those are STRs. For 2010, unincorporated population was 31,000. If we use the average family size of 3 for Arizona, only 10,100 housing units are available in unincorporated areas. This new ordinance would help by giving neighbors a way to report issues with nearby STRs in the county. It will require them to be held to the standards of what they are, a transient public lodging business, as well as upholding them to county firewise and lighting ordinances and requiring access for emergency personnel instead of straining their occupants during snowstorms, which happened numerous times in these last storms. As for questions, you guys didn't quite give a clear answer on this, but are owner occupied houses being held to a different standard under the family definition of the Coconino zoning ordinance? Because it specifically says no more than 5 unrelated persons living together in it.
And that concludes 3 minutes, Chair.
Okay.
And thank you very much for your comments. And Monique, I know you answered that, but you want to give her another answer on her question?
Sure, I was just pulling up the statute. The state legislature provided a specific definition for what short-term rental is, and that's what this ordinance is geared towards. It means any individually or collectively owned single family or 1 to 4 family house or dwelling unit or any group of units, condominium, that is also a transient public lodging establishment or owner occupied residential home offered for transient use if the accommodations are not classified for property taxation under this other category. So the legislature broadly defined vacation rental or short-term rental. What it means is that if somebody is receiving money and they're renting out their entire house or a portion of their house for less than 30 days, then it qualifies as a short-term rental. So this ordinance that for short-term rental tracks the state legislature for short-term rental. That might not be completely in line with other regulations, but this is how short-term rental is defined. So I don't know if that helps or confuses you, but
I mean, it makes sense, but I feel like we're being held to a different standard if my next door neighbor can have 16 people or 18 and I can't have more than 5.
I would agree with that. It's one of the changes that I think the legislature has to make.
Okay. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for joining us this evening. We really appreciate your comments.
Next, Chair, we have Amy. Amy, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Lindsay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. My name is Amy Dryden, and my family owns property on 4950 North Wild Rose Trail in the Mount Eldon Estates in the county. And I really appreciated Chair Horstman's response to the email that I sent her a couple weeks ago regarding this. I have a specific question about the permitting process. I would really like to see the permit put the burden on the owner of the STR to prove that there are no HOA regulations or community regulations that ban any kind of, business or short-term rental in that neighborhood, rather than having the neighborhood organization or neighbors have to go after that rental after the fact to try to show that it's not allowed in that neighborhood. Thank you.
Amy, thank you for your comments and for appearing this evening. And, HOAs, this is the interesting thing. HOAs are able to make their own CC&Rs, and those that live in the HOAs need to follow those CC&Rs. And Monique, if you want to jump in, please feel free to do so. So the CC&Rs from an HOA may make their own rules. And we as a municipality are limited by statute, but an HOA is not limited by statute. So an HOA can in fact limit short-term rentals or set the standards for short-term rentals.
Chair Horstman, the only thing I might add is that the county does not investigate violations of HOA CCNRs, nor do we enforce the HOA CCNRs. So it would really not have anything to do with the county short-term ordinance.
But that is something that the HOA could do and could regulate and could set up a system to regulate that within the HOA.
Yes, in fact, the database of the registered short-term rentals would be available. So if an HOA would want to, find out what's been registered, that information would certainly be available to the HOA through the county.
Thank you. Thanks, Amy, for joining us.
Next, we have Susan Edwards. Susan, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can unmute and state your name and address for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Susan Edwards. I live at 1145 West Edgemont Avenue in Phoenix. I am the president of the Arizona Neighborhood Alliance, which is a coalition of a couple thousand, mostly homeowners around the state, trying to protect the residential integrity of Arizona's neighborhoods. We have a report, which I'm happy to send all up to you, with every single zip code in Arizona. We did a different calculation. I can tell you the percentage of whole houses in each one of the communities that in your county that are whole houses or shared or whatever. We think the AirDNA numbers are dramatically low because they only include Airbnb and VRBO, and there are like 30 other platforms. Plus there are a number of people, and they also only include listings that are active. So if you take it off to fix the house up, that goes out, it doesn't include it, but it's taken housing out of the mix. It's not mom and pop, unfortunately. We estimate 64,000 units in Arizona, which by the way is 24% of the 270,000 unit housing shortage we have in Arizona. But it's up to 64,000. It went up 50% just in the last 9 months of last year. And so they're heavily corporate owned. I want to thank you guys. Yay for you. Yay, Coconino, because you're doing this. I think luckily I don't think you have that many because you've got Sedona and Flagstaff covered, but you've got the compliance is terrible. The number of TPT licenses since 2016, when 1350 was passed, has only increased by like 2,200 when they're 64,000 units. So requiring a TPT license will help. They also do not require, we tried to get a law this year in this legislative session, but it got sent to committee and then killed, to have the TPT, the addresses. I don't know if you guys know this, and I don't want to run over my time, but it's important. When the bill was passed, they specifically said that the platforms were not to give the addresses to the Department of Revenue or the cities and towns. And I guess the assumption was it was mom and pop, but now it's mostly corporate owned. But so we wanted to have a bill that required the addresses to go to the state. That would save your life, Mark, because you wouldn't have to be researching where the heck these are, because you get a list. And we also wanted verified listings, that the platforms would not list without both a TPT number and a local registration number. Also, one other thing in Senate Bill 1117, the new one that's supposed to solve housing, they specifically enable boarding houses. We're having a number of boarding houses that have opened down here as short-term rentals. By the way,
to wrap up, sorry.
Okay. Paradise Valley had an exploded septic tank at one of theirs. I mean, I can tell horror stories all day long. The compliance, there was an article in the Republic today about the towns, their cities in Phoenix, around Phoenix, and they're having a problem with compliance. I can also send that up. If you tell me who to send all this to, I'll send you a boatload of information. But bully for you, yay, and if we can help, we want to.
Thank you, Susan. Thanks for joining us this evening. And Jay, Jay Krisselman probably is the person to send it to from Community Development. And maybe in the chat, you might want to put your contact information. So that would be great, Susan. And thanks for your information.
I'll do that right now, Chair.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, next we have John Meredith. John, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you want to unmute and state your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we hear you great, John.
Oh, great. Yeah, I've contacted some of you before about the issue that we're facing with a neighbor here. And in fact, I've darkened Mark's door a couple of times on it, so it's good to see what he actually looks like. And I think that the points that have been raised by others are good points. I think I'd like to focus on our specific case, which is 2 houses that were built, as near as we can tell, specifically to be special event places. That's the way they're advertised. The houses are about twice as large as any houses in the surrounding area. And the owner actually runs a vacation rental business. So we think this is just an offshoot of that. But I'd like to sort of, I'm trained as an academic, so you have to forgive me to sort of go off into a side room here. But I think there's sort of a broader framework here, because when the houses were being built, there was a conversation that occurred on the Nextdoor website. And the owner, stated, well, the owners should be allowed to do what they're going to do because it's a free country. And the whole idea of freedom is something that, we're used to hearing in our daily lives a lot, particularly in this country. But really, there are kind of 2 kinds of freedom that people have talked about, that have studied it. One is the positive freedom, which is the freedom to do what you want to do. And as most of us have learned over the years, that's not really an absolute freedom. Your freedom stops when it hurts somebody else. And that sort of is the second kind of freedom that philosophers talk about, which is negative freedom, not the freedom to do something, but the freedom from having something imposed on you. And I think that the negative freedom is really tied to the idea of rights a lot. And I think in our particular case, we felt really sort of treated unfairly in a lot of ways, because what we've been subjected to is things that are happening on a neighboring property that are affecting our quality of life. We moved here specifically to retire because we like the view, we like the quietness. We've had to endure a lot of noise and disturbances from the surrounding properties because they host weddings and other large events. It has changed the character of the neighborhood, obviously, as people have commented before. That goes, we're not unique in that regard. And finally, it worries me that if we were to decide to sell our property, what's going on these neighboring lots is going to affect the value of our own property if it ever comes to that. So in terms of the broad perspective, one thing that bothers me particularly is it's a question of basic fairness and how you balance the rights of pre-existing residents, like most of us are who are around these new houses, and how the rights of those of us who've lived here for a while are balanced against the rights of people who are going to own property and in many cases can operate an STR without bothering neighbors and being responsible. So we are very happy to see in the proposed ordinances that you're thinking about, targeting special events, weddings, because those have been the problems specifically in our case with these 2 houses. And that's basically all I would say is thank you for paying attention to trying to balance rights out that respect the various points of view of people involved. And I think one thing that concerns us that I haven't mentioned is that these 2 houses seem to be being run as a business. They're advertised as such on wedding venue sites, and the little presentation that my wife and I put together that was forwarded to you as part of the documents that were posted on the website. So that's very helpful. I don't see any reason to have to go over those specifics, but if you look at them just in terms of the verbiage and the numbers of people that they claim they can handle, and the staff that they advertise as being available, from people who can help you with your hairdo all the way to DJs. It just seems to us that these are business operations and not in keeping with the residential nature of all of our parcels that are in our surrounding area. So thanks for the chance to address you all. And
name and address.
oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, John Meredith, 10501 Mint Lane in Flagstaff. We're just a little bit southeast of the fire station there on Coconino Road.
We're not in the city.
Got it.
Thank you.
Yeah, got that. So thank you, John, and really appreciate your comments. And it reflects a lot of what we're hearing from others too about the changing character of a neighborhood. And we certainly are hoping that this ordinance is going to help. There'll continue to be frustrations and problems, but we really hope that what the county is trying to do will help.
Chair Horseman, next we have Hawk. Hawk, I'm going to go ahead and give you permission to talk. If you can go ahead and mute yourself, state your name and address for the records for the minutes, and then you'll be provided 3 minutes to speak.
Perfect. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you great.
Great, thank you. So my name is Brian Hawk in Forest Lakes, 2230 Gatehouse Way. So thank you again for all you're doing to step up. I understand your hands are tied, but the actions you're taking are very encouraging to our community. For our full-time residents up here are going nuts with some of the events. So I just want to ask one or two quick questions. Enforcement for the Airbnbs, we have multiple weddings that happen out here. And we've called in many times in the past, and it's difficult for Forest Lakes, or maybe I should ask, how should we work with you guys when the wedding is on a Friday or a Saturday, and by Monday, the whole situation, everybody's gone? How do we work with you guys to actually have the complaint stick or have some kind of evidence? Am I making sense?
You are absolutely making sense. And Mark, can you address that?
Yeah, so if you have the ability to document any component of it, get photos of the parking, get photos of it, some folks feel more comfortable doing that. Sometimes that's not as easy. If you can gather evidence for us out there, that's great. If you file a report with the sheriff's office, you'll get a report number from a responding deputy. You can give that report number to us as well. We'll need to corroborate anything we get from you with, again, some sort of advertisement showing that if we really want to make it stick. That's where it really comes in. If we can show an advertisement that's current that will allow me to book weddings, then that's something that's potentially actionable. And the evidence you may be able to provide us, we may be able to gather, or SO may be able to provide us is somewhat ancillary to that, but will make our case stronger. But you can start by just telling us when it's going on, the address it's going on at, and we can go from there. Even if we don't have a fantastic case to pursue an actual violation, we'll reach out. We'll have a chat and let them know we're watching them. Sometimes, be advised, these things can take, with any code enforcement case, law enforcement case, it can take a little bit of time to put that case together.
Yeah, we appreciate it. There's some that have been going way over a year and a half, and we keep making our filings, and they know in Forest Lakes they can get away with just about anything. But so let me just read it back to you and let you go. So what happens is as the residents, we have no problem sending you photographs. We have no problems doing a research to see if it's a wedding venue. The challenge is our sheriff up here is awesome, but we have one sheriff that goes for like a 40 or 50 mile radius. Mm-hmm. And the VRBOs and the Airbnbs are so low on his priority list. It's difficult. I mean, we're very blessed to have him, but that is something that is just so low on his priority list.
Sure. No, I understand. We'll respond. We don't have a dispatch. We don't respond to calls for service like they do, as I'm sure you're aware. If we know they're going on, we see one advertised coming up, even if it's a Friday night or a weekend or something, we'll go down there. We've certainly done that for other cases. We have to travel far corners of the county on a regular basis. It's a big county. So we will work something out. Get in touch with me. We can strategize together on a plan and see what we can do to help you out moving forward. Okay.
Hey, so on behalf of the full-time residents of Forest Lakes, thank you, everybody, for stepping up and doing what you're doing. I know your hands are tied, but we do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian. And one thing we want to point out to you too is we're looking for an administrative enforcement arm here. So it's not just going to be up to the sheriff. It's not going to just be up to the nuisance ordinances. We're looking at another administrative enforcement arm here. So thank you, and hopefully we can help.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Chair Horstman, next we have Justin. Justin, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you could please state your name and address for the record. You're provided 3 minutes to speak.
Cool. Hey, y'all. Justin Ross here over in Mountain Air. Yeah, really appreciate you making this a priority. This was informative, and disappointed to hear the constraints that you have in terms of doing something that would be a reasonable and finite solution, which would, from what I've met with many people and come to the conclusion, it's really just to get consent from neighbors who live next to a short-term rental, because anything short from that, it just creates a free-for-all. And yeah, so we moved here to raise a family and to have a peace and quiet place, and then discovered as homes got bought and converted to short-term rentals that it's a major disturbance. And when you're raising kids and somebody converts a two-bedroom home to host 10 plus people and puts a hot tub and a fire next to your kids' windows, and creates an environment that is the opposite of what people would expect for raising a family in Coconino County. and yeah, it's just, a lot of this doesn't make sense just because there are basic zoning regulations to protect everyone. It's to guarantee a certain standard for particular geographic location and where people have purchased or may want to purchase a land. And because otherwise, you could just buy a house next to you and convert it to a garbage dump, a factory, a concert venue. And to those that say, we're using this to make money, think empathetically where you live, somebody, if there was this free for all, you could create a factory or a shooting range next to your house if there was no kind of regulation or zoning. And that, yeah, it's really changed my perspective, because I used to love using Airbnbs, and then I lacked the empathy of what it does to a community. And appreciate y'all making this a priority and trying to write this. And again, the only solution here is really consent from the neighbors. And I actually think that it's not really a ban, because those that operate these in a responsible way, it creates a healthy incentive for people to work together and create an arrangement that is good for everybody. And because there's certain people on the street that have a STR that I would be fine with them continuing to operate. They live next to it, and it's a very quiet gathering. And there's others that are just change the entire environment of what it's like to be in a home. And somebody mentioned like looking at somebody's booking to see if, hey, is that weekend, are we going to be able to sleep? Am I going to have to monitor my daughter from going out to not get in the way of people partying and drinking? And yeah, just use reason and empathy to guide and imagine what it's like to live next to a tourist hub that operates 24 hours a day, when you believe that you are creating a home in a residential neighborhood. And so the only question is, I thought I heard somebody say that the STRs as part of this has to validate that there's no sex offenders that are going to be staying at a home. Is that correct?
And that wraps up the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Monique just to answer that question if we can. So.
Yes, Chair Horstman. We are requiring that the owner of the short-term rental, when they register it, that the owner is not the sex offender, and that's something that our compliance officer will be checking out prior to issuing the permit or shortly thereafter, but not the residents or the guests, just the owner.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments. So next.
Chair Horstman, next we have Dale. Dale, I'm going to allow you permission to speak. You can please make sure you unmute and state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Dale. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you for having us, being available for us to hear our input. My name is Dale. I live at 2330 North Kramer Street in Flagstaff. And I had a couple questions, maybe a suggestion and a question. I kind of agree or feel the same way of a lot of the folks that have stated about STRs being a nuisance. I'm actually in the city limits, but just wanted to get a feel for the consensus of what was going on community wide. And we have a lot of the same issues: noise, traffic, parking, people driving excessive speed, and all the nuisances that people have previously stated. One thing I just want to say to other permanent resident community members is, we're with you. Sometimes I know you can feel alone. Sometimes we feel that way, but I think by the board's actions, it's clear that we're at least being heard and we're not alone. Anyway, my other comments were, could there possibly be some sort of public outreach from the county in terms of to short-term rental owners or guests? For example, the Airbnb or VRBO websites will have guidelines, and it kind of states to the owners of STRs, how to be good neighbors. But I feel like once, the guests, they don't really look into that too much. So can we do something to where their guests that are coming to our communities are getting that messaging, reinforcing that they are coming into these communities where people live here, people are trying to raise families, people are trying to enjoy their neighborhoods, and to help them I guess behave appropriately, for lack of a better term. And then also I had a question on the terms of like the how the board is restricted in what they're able to do. I have a question about the minimum wage and how, I know Flagstaff I'm not sure Coconino County, but they have a different, that was something that the state made a legislation to, raise minimum wage. And then our local legislation was able to, enact their own legislation on top of that. Is that not something that is possible for STR legislation, or is that possible maybe further down the road? I think that's about the comments that I have.
And Dale, can you please state your last name for our minutes?
Yeah, it's Brennan.
Brennan, thank you.
Thank you, Dale, for your comments. And yes, you bring a really good, important item out for public outreach. What are we going to do? And I think that's part of the next step as we start rolling this out. How are we going to get the information out? And how are we going to talk with the short-term rental owners and hopefully encourage them to be good neighbors, good citizens, good residents here of Coconino County. So I think that's a good part, something that we do need to take a look at and talk about that as a board and as a county. So thank you for that. terms of the minimum wage, I don't think that has anything to do with what we can do at the short-term rental. So, but appreciate your comments on education and outreach.
Chair Horstman, next I have, I don't know if it's Dana McComb with a hand up. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can please unmute and state your name and address for minutes, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, this is Scott and Dana McComb. We're at 2547 Choff Trail in the Coconino Village area, 85006. And our perspective, we had a property in the Coconino Village area that we ran as a vacation rental for about 7 years. And then we eventually moved into the house ourselves as our full-time residents. So we've got that experience as a formal, vacation rental owner and person renting out. And then also, as we moved up here, we've been up here about 3 years now, and we now have a vacation rental operating next door to us. So we also have the experience as a resident next door to one. So I would like to echo a lot of the comments that have been brought up tonight. I think everyone's been very thoughtful in the comments. I really appreciated the thought process that the county initiated several years ago when there was a consideration of regulations around short-term vacation rentals. We had filled out the application process, and all the rules and regulations that were outlined in that process several years ago were things that we did on a regular basis anyway. Notifying direct neighbors, adjacent neighbors of who the contact person was in case an event occurred, notifying guests of quiet hours, and reminders of the rules and regulations around parking, no parking on the street, that sort of thing. So I think the vacation rental business concept is here to stay. It's going to happen. And I think it's great that a local community can enforce rules and regulations on common sense controls to limit nuisance. One of the things I know I heard there was, your interpretation of the state rules was that it didn't allow occupancy restrictions. And I don't know. I think occupancy is a huge issue. One of the things that was in the prior proposed rules was no more than 2 persons per bedroom plus 2 more, which I think was based on county or city building codes. And I would think that would be enforceable just based on building code information. When we looked through it, the basic idea was the components of the house, the deck, the infrastructure of the house wasn't really designed to accommodate any more than 2 persons per bedroom plus 2 more. And that would be, I think, just controlling occupancy takes care of a lot of problems, but then also reminding people about quiet hours and having a contact person at the property. So, and I think a lot of those points were brought up in the current proposal, but I would like to see something around occupancy in the final draft. Anyway, that's all I have to offer at this point.
Thank you. Really appreciate you joining us this evening. And of course, you've heard our concerns about and Monique's comments about whether we can limit occupancy. So, but great idea. So, others?
Again, we don't have any hands up right now. If anyone would like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen, and that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will notify us that you would like to speak. I do have some others here. Looks like Diane has a hand up. Diane, I'm going to go ahead and, maybe not. And I've got some that are putting their hands up that already have provided comments. Oh, there's Diane again. Okay, Diane, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you want to unmute and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Okay, you'll just need to unmute, Diane. Diane, if you can unmute. Nope. Okay, if you can't unmute, I've provided a call-in phone number and web ID that you can call in on your phone in the chat.
Hi, this is Diane. Can you hear
There
me?
you go.
We can hear you now, Diane.
Oh,
Thanks.
Thanks so much. Appreciate your patience. And extreme thank you to all of you, our neighbors here in Coconino County, for working together and addressing the short-term rental issue. My question is,
Diane, I'm so sorry to stop you. Can you give us your name and your address here in Coconino County?
absolutely, Diane Belloc, 2548 South Cliffview Street in Flagstaff. The question I have is asking for a resource to understand the unincorporated areas of Coconino County and identifying the municipalities to which these great guidelines that you're putting together in consideration of the ordinance. In other words, specifically, what neighborhoods would and would not be affected by your ordinance that you're considering? Would there be a resource that we could reference as Coconino County residents?
So what constitutes a municipality and what is the unincorporated parts of Coconino County? And
Indeed, and a list of neighborhoods, Mountain Air, Kachina, Donny Park, Timberline, Munns Park, Forest Lakes, etc. What's an inclusive resource that we would, to avoid any confusion?
You've done a good job of naming the unincorporated parts of Coconino County, but that's a great suggestion. And we can include that in the website.
Thank you.
All right. I do have some
Thanks,
more.
Diane.
I do have Hawks got his hand up again, as well as John Meredith. I'm not sure if Susan Edwards has spoken. I'm going to go ahead and let Susan Edwards, I've given you permission to speak. If you can state your name and address for our minutes, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, I don't want to be a time hog because I did talk earlier, but 2 questions that I meant to ask, which I think are important. I live in Phoenix, 1145 West Edgemont Avenue, and I'm president of the Arizona Neighborhood Alliance. Our website is aznalliance.org. That's aznalliance.org. People can learn a ton from us. We tell our people down here to video like crazy when there's noise and horrible things going on. And I was wondering with your system, and your sheriff is going to take a long time to get to places because it's a big place. So the question is, would the videos that neighbors take be of value? Are they, can you use them and go proceed for processing a verified violation? Or because right now, by the way, there have been none since the verified violation thing was passed a couple of years ago. But at any rate, number one, that's one question. And the second one is, we tried to get we believe that the registration should be to the property, not the owner, because many of these owned by LLC, all they'll do if they get suspended is move it over to an LLC that even with the same principles. And it seems like you guys are so together, you'll probably even check that to make sure with a corporation commission, make sure the same principles haven't just changed the name of the owner just to get away from the suspension. But I was questioning whether you had thought of that. Those are my 2 questions for the moment.
Okay, and I think what you're saying is, have you thought about the fact that if you put it in the name of the owner, that they can just put it into a new LLC?
Yeah.
You know, obviously, you know, I guess that's something we could consider in the ordinance. It's not now, or its successor in Monique, or then add language like or successor in interest.
I'm speechless.
Chair Horstman, I just wanted to clarify that the statute, the legislature specifically allows the county to require an owner to obtain and maintain the permit. It doesn't require us to go beyond the owner. And we have in our draft ordinance that the permit is specific to the owner and it does not run with the land. So if one owner sells to someone else, then that new owner would have to register and go through the permitting process.
But I can't talk. I'm muted. I'm
No,
muted.
No, you hear you,
Am I
Susan.
speaking? I can speak? Oh, okay, sorry about that. That's true. And what we are certain will happen is that, particularly with the worst scofflaws, is they'll just move it one LLC into another. Because the bulk of these, when we research them, they're LLCs like crazy. So they just form a new LLC, move it over. We've seen that. But it's the same people. They're just under a different LLC, but the owner is technically the LLC. So now it changes to a different LLC and they go off and do more bad things. That's what I'm asking about that. Now that you're warned, I'm sure you guys will check it because you're clearly very well, you operate beautifully. And I have zip code things for numbers, but also what about the videos? Would videos be, if people, are they wasting their time to take videos, or the videos are the best?
I'd be taking videos if I was filing a complaint.
Yes, good. Good. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks, Susan.
Okay, again, Chair, we have 2 hands up from people that have spoken previously.
You know, I'm going to ask first if those that others, I know that, and I appreciate the passion, because I'm very passionate about this issue as well. But let's look to see if there are others that have not spoken first that we can hear from.
I do have David Basinger. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. You can go ahead and unmute and state your name and address for our minutes, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. This is David Basinger, 4804 West Braided Rain. Thanks for your attention and being intentional on this matter. It's been quite informative, helpful. I just had a couple questions. I was wondering, one, on the difference between the transaction privilege tax license and then the permit process, the difference on those, and then also was wondering if somebody could elaborate on the notifying of neighbors on the short-term rentals. Is it when various parties or families are rolling through, or is it just a one-time notice with intention to advertise for the short-term rentals? How does that part work? And thank you for what you're doing.
All right, thank you. And you want to be able to answer that, either Monique or Jay?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer the permitting question. So it's just a one-time notification, but as you mentioned before, we do have it written into the ordinance that within 10 days of owner changing, it needs to be renoticed. So one time suffices as long as the owner stays the same.
That help, David?
Yes, and then I was also looking for clarification on the privilege tax license and versus just the permit process itself.
Sure, Chair Horstman, I can answer that. So the statute allows the county to require the owner to register and maintain a permit annually. And part of the application process, what the county requires is name, address of the owner, address of the vacation rental, proof of compliance with the TPT. So that's where the legislature left it, that as part of the application, the owner is required to provide proof of compliance with ARS 425005 to demonstrate that they have obtained the TPT license.
Is that helpful for you,
Okay.
David?
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for Monique and Jay. All right, any others?
Yes, I have Christine Curry. Christine, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you want to unmute, state your name for our minutes. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, good evening. This is Christine Curry, and I live at 2941 Cletha Trail in Kachina Village. Thank you so much for all your work on this. Myself and my neighbors really appreciate it. My question was, I understand what the verified violations are, and thank you for explaining those. What about consistent ordinance violations? For example, consistently parking short-term rentals that have people every single week that park on the road, even though we're in our winter parking ordinances. So will those kinds of ordinance violations kind of go against the short-term rentals? Is there a way to get them dinged for fines when every single weekend we deal with parking violations that then have downstream consequences for the road? Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Great questions. And I know one we've been talking about with the staff. So you want to talk about that, Jay?
Sure, Madam Chair, Supervisor. So the statute actually expressly prohibits us from enforcing parking unless it is an immediate life and health safety concern. So like Monique had said earlier this evening, if it was a routine and repeat violation of the sheriff's office parking ordinance because the plow trucks can't operate, therefore possibly rendering first responders not being able to respond, then we could. Monique, did you want to add anything to that?
No, that's exactly what we discussed earlier.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much. And that is exactly the situation, because that's exactly what's happened, is that first responders can't get into our cul-de-sac, but neither can the mailmen or trash trucks or anything else. So it has this huge downstream effect. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Christine. And any other folks?
Stephanie with the hand up. We'll go ahead and allow you to speak. If you want to unmute and state your name and address for our record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, thank you, Chair Horseman and board members. My name is Stephanie Weigold. My address is 1225 Highway Loop in Forest Lakes. We also manage or run the company Rim Lakes Vacation Rentals that specializes in short-term rentals, not only within the Forest Lakes community, as well as the surrounding Mogollon Rim, like Heber Overgaard and such. As full-time residents of Forest Lakes, one of the reasons we started our business was to actually help protect our neighborhood by being that local contact for guests and neighbors for these absentee owners. So we've seen success following many of the items already detailed out in the ordinance as a standard practice. So I just wanted to comment that we support this ordinance for ensuring responsible management of the many short-term rentals in our community. And we don't have the benefit of an HOA, and if there are benefits, it's an optional thing for Forest Lakes, of course. But one of the questions I had based on the registration you've been talking about, as we are not the official property owners, we represent the owners. What do you see the registration process would be like in that regard? Could we, as a vacation rental manager, do the registration similar to how we do the TPT reporting for these different homes?
It's a great question. And Monique, I'm going to have you answer that, or Jay, either one. You know, really, can you have a property manager file for the permit, or does it need to be the owner?
Madam Chair, Supervisors, it can be either the operator or operator's designee is how it's written in the ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie, for joining us this evening. All right, any others?
Chair, I have Gloria Buchanan with a hand up.
Thank you.
Gloria, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. Oh, I'm going to promote you, Gloria. You must have a different version of Zoom. You'll just need to accept the promotion. All right, then you can just unmute, Gloria. And state your name and address for our minutes, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Can you unmute, Gloria? There you go.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
We hear you, Gloria.
Gloria Buchanan, 2482 Choff Trail. I saw no mentioning of a quiet time from like 10 at night. What would be normally acceptable in a quiet neighborhood. We have people having bonfires and parties all night in their spas. I saw no mention of that. So I questioned that. And I also wondered why there was not a specific fine, like $750 a night instead of the 2 nights lodging as far as the fine.
Well, the good news is that's an easy answer, and that is we are absolutely limited by what the statute says. So the fine structure came directly from the ordinance itself.
So what about the quiet time from 10 till 7 in the morning?
And that also is not something that we can put in the ordinance, although I'd love to. But it is something that could be a violation of the nuisance ordinance and a call into the sheriff's office.
Okay.
And Monique, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that.
I don't, other than it's true that the legislature did not authorize us in the short-term rental ordinance to mandate any specific quiet hours, but any other applicable requirement that the sheriff's office would enforce would apply.
Okay.
I mean, I love the idea of that, to be honest with you, and hopefully in the future, we will, as a municipality, have an opportunity to take more control over our short-term rentals. And again, I think that's something that needs to be advocated at the state legislature. Now we are very limited.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other folks that haven't been heard?
Okay, let me see here. We have Joel Worth, whose hand keeps popping up and down. Joel, if you want to speak, you can go ahead and raise your hand. Oh. Okay, Joel's hand went back down. Joel, if you want to speak, you can raise your hand. I guess that's a no. If anyone else would like to speak. Joel, your hand keeps going up and down.
Is there anybody else other than Joel?
We do have Hawk's hand up, and actually we have John Nilsson. John, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can please unmute and then state your name and address for our minutes. You have 3 minutes to speak.
John Nilsson, 5105 East Mount Pleasant Drive in Flagstaff, Arizona. I have actually fighting, these STRs are getting out of control. I have been down to the legislative offices. I have spoken at the open meetings. The problem is the ones who are controlling this new law are the Department of Real Estate and their lobbyist, Tom Farley. And if you try to make any changes as we did, as I went down and I fought, they refuse. They've given us, we have nothing to control these. Even the worksheet that you can fill out, the tenant registration form, if it's not filled out, you can't do anything. Something has to be changed. When you look at the homeless situation, when you look at the escalating rents because the long-term rentals are being turned into these short-term rentals, it's just very inappropriate. And they are not good for our community. They do not allow us to have peaceful enjoyment of our property. As I said, I have fought with the legislature. I have been down there. John Kavanaugh's a supporter, but it seems like all the rest, because the money comes from the Department of Real Estate to their lobbyist, Tom Farley, and he seems to control it because if you try to do anything, he just puts an end to it. That's all I have to say. They need to go.
Thanks, John. Others?
Okay, if there's anyone else that would like to speak, you can hit the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
I think my dog wants to speak. So, Ziggy.
As of now, the only 2 hands up are Hawk's hand and John Meredith's hand.
All right, and John, Brian, we're going to let you get another bite at the apple here if you could keep it short, and then also John, we'll have you speak with us. So, and it's getting late, and I know we have some other comments we want to probably make as a board, but we want to make sure we hear from you too.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay, real quick, if Mark could put his email address in the chat, that would be great, or somebody put that in there. The only other question I had is where it talks about requires property owners to notify customers and to provide the county with an emergency point of contact. Will we, the residents, or we, the neighbors, have access to that information? Is that a public record so we know who we have access to that contact information? And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And Monique, I'm going to have you answer that.
Yes, as part of the notification that the short-term rental is required to provide to the neighbors that Jay discussed earlier, they are required to provide that contact information to the neighbors as well.
Great. Thank you for your help.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thanks for joining us. And you said there's another individual that...
John Meredith, who spoke
John
earlier.
Meredith, that's right. John, yeah, welcome back.
This is actually John's wife, Patty Van Tile, and I also live at 10501 Mint Lane, Flagstaff. This is a very short question. If a neighborhood is designated as zoned as residential R2, how can somebody have a property that does nothing but business? I mean, I think that's what we're seeing. It's the 1,000 square feet for weddings and all that kind of stuff. That's not a residence. What's with the zoning? I mean, we've tried to look into the zoning and we didn't get anywhere there. So what do you think about that? If it's not every what do you call it? Airbnb or whatever that is really turned into a business. But this, outfit behind us is a business. It is not a residential. How can that be permitted? And is there any way to make that not possible? Thank you.
Under the existing law, the simple answer is no. And Monique, I don't know if you want to answer some of that.
I'm not prepared to answer that. I'm not as familiar with the zoning requirements for our county as Jay is. So I don't know if Jay has anything to add to that.
Sure. So the two residences, Miss Meredith, by you, both of them have code enforcement cases open against them, which is why they haven't operated for a while. I'm sorry, Mark, did you want to add? Sorry. So as far as a TUP to have a wedding, a single family dwelling residence can have up to 4 weddings per year through a temporary use permit. However, with this new ordinance, short-term rentals would be expressly prohibited from having short-term rentals. So that's a change that we're proposing to make.
Okay, thank you.
Is that helpful for you, Patty?
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, any others, or is there any other comments from members of the public? Otherwise, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn it back over to the board.
I do have Casey Hilgers with a hand up. I'm going to go ahead and allow to speak. Casey, if you can unmute and state your name for our minutes, you have 3 minutes, your name and address for our minutes. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, everyone. My name is Casey Hilgers, property at 2396 East New Moon Way in Williams. I currently run and manage my property as a short-term rental when I am not using it. So I did want to come on here and say that I do empathize and hear what all of the full-time residents are saying. And, you know, there are a few strategies that we employ at our STR to ensure, you know, a quality experience for both the guest and the neighbors. We screen our guests. We have a no parties or events rule. You know, we enforce quiet hours, what folks are saying here. And we also keep in touch with our neighbors in case there is, you know, a rowdy guest. So I just want to come on here and say that we fully support, you know, the regulations that are being discussed in this meeting to help better weed out those problem STR hosts that, you know, some of the folks and locals mentioned earlier. So thank you.
Thank you, Casey. And I think that's important to really point out, you know, it's not the vast majority that is causing the problem. It's just the small group that unfortunately is making it very difficult for many of our neighborhoods. And for those that have taken responsibility to be good neighbors and to exercise appropriate conduct within a single family residential neighborhood, we really appreciate that. So thank you for reminding us that, Casey.
And then Chair, I do have John Nilsson with the hand up, and I can see if there's somebody else in the household. Maybe that's with John.
Sure.
Oh, John's hand went down.
Okay.
Oh, okay, Joelle, your hand keeps popping up and down. Oh, wait, there's John again.
You know, we're going to have to start wrapping this up. So John Nielsen, you'll be our last.
Okay. And you have my address. I just want to explain. Someone asked about the business. SB 1350, which allowed the short-term rentals, say we cannot consider them as a business in the state. That's why that restriction's there. Otherwise, many communities would be able to get rid of them, but SB 1350, which initiated this whole thing, does not allow them to be considered a business.
I think that's correct. All right, thank you so much. And is anybody else that has not spoken that's out there? If not, members of the public, we really appreciate you spending your evening with us and giving us your comments. You've given us a lot of food for thought in areas that, quite frankly, we hadn't thought about that we may be able to add to our ordinance. And I also think it's important for us as a board and as the county to take a look at how to roll this out and how we can work to educate the community. As you've heard, we want to do voluntary compliance. As you heard, we want to be part of the solution and work with our community members to be part of the solution on a voluntary basis and not being punitive. We want everybody to try to work, together to the extent that we can. So I think that's great for us to talk about how we're going to roll this out in an education process. So thank you for that. And with that, I'm going to close the public hearing portion, and I'm going to open it up to my colleagues, get their thoughts and input on this. I know that we have talked about some additions to include in the ordinance and some possible changes to the ordinance. I don't think, although if somebody wants to make the motion, please do, that we're really in a point where we have a final version to actually vote on. And so, but I want to leave this and get your thoughts, members of the board. Vice Chair?
Sure. First off, I'd like to say thank you to all the community members that came out and voiced their opinion. That was really important. I know it's been a long evening, but it was super important to get those perspectives and know that we're working within the confines of what we're allowed, but that the community realizes that we are doing what's for the common good in our county. And so really appreciate that engagement, that participation. I know we talked about some amendments to add to this ordinance or whatnot, but from my point of view, I'm pretty close to being ready to support a motion if everybody else is ready to vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would Supervisor Begay, would you like to be heard on this, or Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
So I have a question. Someone that has the permit of this, they receive a permit and then they sell the house and the new owner comes in, the new owner has to apply for a permit again, should they decide to have a short-term rental.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, yes, if a new owner or operator came, they would have to apply for a new permit and go through that process again.
Yes, okay, thank you. So I just like to thank everyone for coming out that spoke, and just it's really good to see there's hear the support, and just can't imagine what it's like to have your neighbors and not being able to have control or have an input into your own neighborhood. That's very difficult. So as you can hear and heard, the state legislators have our hands tied as the Board of Supervisors, as a county, and as same holds true for the municipalities, and we're not able to take the action that we would like to take. But our residents in Coconino County can, and throughout the state, can contact their state legislators and be able to express their concerns. Probably this year bills are already done, but maybe next year. But it's really important to communicate this to the governor and state legislators, let them know the situation in your neighborhood and be heard. There's only so much the Board of Supervisors can do. And as you heard, and that's just what we're trying to see, how far we can stretch what has been handed over to us to be able to have more of a safe neighborhoods, and be able to have the residents be able to have a respectful conversation, and be able to live in a safe neighborhood, just like everyone expressed today or tonight. So thank you all for coming out. There's so much more to be done, but this is just the beginning. And as a county board of supervisors, as we've been doing for several years, and our staff, we will continue on our part to be able to try to see if we can make more changes. So I just want to thank all that came out, and I'm sure there's others that may have wanted to make comments and were not able to attend, but we do have all the comments that have been sent in. Really appreciate that. So thank you so much, and I'm ready to make a decision as well, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Begay, do you have any comments?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I just want to thank everyone for coming out and sharing their letters with us also. And anytime there's a concern that comes to the board, you know, it's best to address it and not to ignore. And I just want to say also to the staff that thank you, you know, for being diligently working on, you know, making it come before the board and all the work that had to be put into it. So, and I just want to say also that, you know, I concur with all the comments that were being made by my colleagues. And I feel that, you know, I'm ready to make a decision also. So I just want to say thank you for being here with us thus far. And it's going to take a community to change things if we want to. So that's usually the saying. So I thank you so much and good. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
I meant to thank our own county supervisor, Matt Ryan, and our county assessor for champion this. They've been our champion at the state level, working with the County Supervisors Association and also the ACO, and they've been the ones that really carried this through to be able to work with the state legislators and other organizations just to get to this point. So I just want to recognize that, and Coconino County's been the lead in this area because of the two champions that we have, and they've been really working out there, and then with the staff that we have. So I just want to thank everyone that's been involved. You know, you just can't do anything by yourself. There's always a collective group. So I just want to thank everyone. Thank you.
It does take a village, doesn't it? So, and by the way, I am not ready to vote on the version that exists right now, and I'll tell you why. I would like to see some changes to the current version that's listed. I think we need to make it clear we're talking about annual registration, which is not clearly set forth. I also think that we need to have a clear definition section, which is not clearly set forth. I'd like to see a definition on what public health and safety means, verified violation means, special events. We can use the statutory definition that does exist, but I think we do need to add to that. And I want to add to a definitional section so we don't end up trying to get an enforcement and having people not sure what they can and cannot do. So I do think we can really do a better job on our enforcement section on there. And then with regards to the enforcement, I really appreciate the recommendations that we've received from the staff and from, I know both Mark and Jay, but I want to see a timeline on there. I know that has been one of the concerns that we hear many times, is it takes so long to get something through the process that the enforcement becomes meaningless. And so I would like to see a more expedited due process for that. I also would like to see some examples on violations, including aesthetics. What does that mean? Violations, including serious threat to public health and safety. What does that mean? And give some examples of that. Let me see. I'm just going through some of the concerns I have. And again, shore up the hearing process. I think we can expedite some of that hearing process, and for continuing violations, I don't think you have to go back to square one and get the notice and a hearing all over again. If it's a continuing violation, I believe it can be treated as a continuing violation, but I think we need to put that in there. So I think that we are almost there, and I know that this has been a tremendous effort by our staff, and a tremendous effort by, I know Monique, we've been keeping you overtime trying to take a look at this. As I said, Coconino County is, really, we're one of the first that are trying to tackle this issue under the new legislation that has allowed us a brief ability to regulate. And as much as I want to get this done, I want to get it done quickly. I would rather get it done right than just have it done quickly. So myself, I would prefer, but certainly would entertain a motion if somebody wants to go forward with it under the version that exists right now. I would prefer that we tabled it, that we get another version with some of these changes that have been recommended, and that we take a look at that. We put it back on our website for members of the public to be able to take a look at the revised section, and that we schedule this for an action item on our board meeting on March 21st, so that we can make some of these additions and changes as we've discussed.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak again. I have the same thoughts and some same issues that I was thinking about. So I want to make a motion that we table this and to have it be brought back to the board on the March 27th board meeting for possible action.
21st.
21st. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second for that we table this and bring it back for a new version that we will post in the county website and get responses? Then we will then take action on the March 21st board meeting. Do I have a second for that?
So moved.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. Before we have a vote on this, I would like to, and Matt Ryan, who was not able to be here today, has asked that I read a statement from him. He might have an opportunity to do that on March 21st, but just in case, I would like to go ahead and read this real quickly on his behalf. I do regret not being there for the meeting to vote to create an ordinance for short-term rentals. I have already made plans to be away months before the meeting was scheduled. I do fully support this ordinance as written by staff and trust in the wisdom of my fellow board members to do as well. But while it's not perfect, it is a step in the right direction to create a tool we can use to help people be responsible and considerate of their neighbors. Years ago, when this was under local control, we did create an ordinance for short-term rentals that was logical and protected residential zoning. And we heard somebody talk about that tonight. Unfortunately, local control was removed. The state created the statute that removed our local authority to regulate STRs and, in essence, compromise residential zoning, allowing a business in any property that did not have explicit CC&Rs to protect this. While there were positive outcomes in creating an opportunity for people to pursue an additional income with their property, it had unintended consequences. This included allowing business operations in residential zones, which at times allowed for irresponsible and/or absentee landlords and zero oversight in uses that impacted neighborhoods and neighbors. There was a loss of basic public health and safety assurances, such as capacity considerations and septic systems, parking, number of people in households, etc. Additionally, we now have a housing crisis for workforce housing at a level that we have not seen before, and this statute has exacerbated that. Considering the unintended consequences created by the creation of this statute, it created a need for some level of oversight. For the past few years, we have pursued legislation to allow us to attempt to address the unintended consequences. This ordinance is as a result of our continued pursuit. Supervisor Begay, I think you've got an alarm going off. Would you mind? There you go. Thank you. Of continued pursuit of solutions with the legislature that have been granted last year. provided for the opportunity to create an ordinance to help people become responsible owners. I do wish to recognize that we have many responsible owners of STRs and thank them for their respect and consideration for their neighbors and for being responsible owners. This ordinance will not resolve all the issues, but it is a step in the right direction. I do support this ordinance and encourage my fellow board members to do so as well. Sincerely and respectfully, Matt Ryan. So I just wanted to get that on the record and for members of the public, since Matt wasn't going to be able to join us. But we do have a motion to continue this for changes and recommendations as set forth here tonight, and that we will then bring it back publish it on our website for further review from the community, then bring it back for a vote on our March 21st meeting. So we have a motion and a second, and I'm going to call for that motion now. All those in favor of going forward and continuing this to the March 21st meeting, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So we are going to, I'm so sorry, we'll bring it forth in the March.
I know Matt would support it.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I
Supervisor.
could ask you to have your office provide to us the points that you raised so that we have them in itemized fashion so we can look into those. We also want to include it as part of the record tonight for the minutes. So
Absolutely. And County Manager, I believe I've already provided those, but I will do so again. So, absolutely. Good. Wow. This has been great. And it's so wonderful to hear from our community members and the passion and concern that people here in Coconino County have for their neighbors and for their neighborhoods. So want to thank you. And then for the staff, thank you so much for the supervisors, my colleagues, for your commitment as well. We really appreciate this and appreciate the time and effort that's gone into it. And you know, it's not going to be perfect, right? We can't make it perfect. It's not even going to resolve and solve all the issues, but I believe it is a step in the right direction, as Supervisor Matt Ryan said. So any other concluding comments that people would like to make here on the board before we call it a night? Mark or Jay, any concluding comments you'd like to make?
Chair Horseman, I do not have it.
All right.
Madam Chair, nothing from me either.
All right. I love that. Monique, any conclusory comments?
Nope, it was really great to hear from members of the public, like everyone has said. That will be helpful when Jay and Mark and I revisit this tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. No, we'll visit later in the day.
All right.
It's on my calendar for 7.
Well, you all have a great night. Members of the public, be safe out there. Please don't travel unless you absolutely have to. I've heard that FUSD has already called a snow day. CCC it's called a snow day. Anybody else?
NAU, CCC, FUSD, cities curtailing staffing, and then we're also doing the same tomorrow. So we're going with designated staffing at offices throughout the entire day for tomorrow. So again, we're going to reduce staff. Other staff will be working remote.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And everybody be safe. Have a great night. Stay warm. And we'll talk to you soon. Take care.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.